proudly irrigating crops that giant farms do yield. The Pegasi then saw the reason for the flood and reeled. The giant farms were leaking rain, the clouds were never sealed. The giants didn't know that they had flooded every nation. They switched to hydroponics and stopped their irrigation. If it were not for the Pegasi's evacuation, we'd be underwater now. What an irritation. Pegasus is Pegasi, pronounce it how you please. Everyone sings of unicorns, but never Pegases. Flying freely from the Alps onto the Pyrenees. Pega, 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 Pegases. Pega, 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 Pegases. I know this is apocryphal to all mythologies. The Pegasi had stopped the flood and saved the world with ease. But without a dragon, unicorns can't fly above the trees. So raise your cup and give it up for the Polypegasuses. Pegasus is Pegasi, pronounce it how you please. Everyone sings of unicorns, but never Pegases. Flying freely from the Alps onto the Pyrenees. Pega, 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 Pegases. Pega, 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 Pegases. Pega, 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 Pegases. Harpy the harpy, so misunderstood. Until today we all did say she'd never do us good. But now she has a column, and not the kind from Greece. Ask her now the whys and hows of all your brave PCs. 'Cause she's Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly HP. Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly AC. Are you the kind of player who likes to have romance, but in the world of your campaign you never get the chance? Who knows the hearts of NPCs as well as Harpy does? She'll tell you true just what to do. She's your friend because she's Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly HP. Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly AC. You dungeon masters brave and bold might have a problem too. Is PC flirting getting old? Whatever should you do? Harpy's here, don't make her shout, don't hide behind your screen. Ask her now, she'll help you with hormonal LARPing teens. 'Cause she's Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly HP. Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly AC. And anything else you think of as you roll the dice to date. Reactions based on randomness leave too much up to fate. For when she takes a break from ripping man flesh off the bone, advice she'll surely give you some by email, not by phone.
Hi Harpy, I have a question about this half-celestial drow werefox I wanted to ask out. My bad, I'll email.
Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly HP. Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly AC. Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly HP. Harpy the harpy, to ride diddly AC. Morton was a sorcerer who found his powers early on. Blew up his family with a fireball. From that day was on the run. He wandered, he traveled, made his way every day town to town, learning new powers which he had found. A sorcerer's life alone, and no one did like him.
Love it.
Hey there, guys. Welcome back. Let me know if you can hear me. All good and stuff. And welcome back to Clockwork Dominion. We're getting back to it with our Witchfinder campaign. Joining us again is creator of the Clockwork system, which is over here, up in the upper left corner of your screen, Zeke Coughlin. And if you're not familiar with this system, I think I'll give you a little quick just refresher before we jump into it.
Oh, you're being dropped on the spot.
Not to, but we're jumping right into it today. Unless you've got some run up. Any news about the game?
We recently expanded employment so that we can start producing multiple products at the same time. Mostly because we had a bottleneck issue with product last year, and so we just overcame that this week and started making assignments. So we have I don't want to promise anything until things are set in motion, but it looks like we might have 3 products over the course of the next year rather than 1.
All right.
Very nice.
So keep an eye out for that. I think somebody just threw the link into the chat. And yeah, I guess take it away unless you've got something, Sean. I don't know. I'm out of practice for this thing, yeah.
What's even going on? No, I don't. We'll do announcements at the end. I don't think we're not doing a giveaway or anything.
We don't have a giveaway today, right?
I want to do a little recap just to remind you where you are, remind me where you are, and if anyone's watching for the first time, to kind of give them what has happened.
Go for it.
So you guys were assigned to a small town named Wantage, several days west journey of London. It is notable only as a kind of waypoint while traveling to London. Otherwise, it is just a small farming town. It happens to be the location of a monastery, Benedictine monastery, that was destroyed under the Heinrician rule and has recently been reopened under an abbess, Mother Seraphina, and has been around for the larger part of 2 decades. The town and the convent do not get along together. The convent is about 1/3 rebuilt, and one of the nuns in said convent was accused of witchcraft because of an episode. And the PCs are witchfinders and cohorts that are coming to the town to suss out what the issue is. Does anyone want to say some highlights from the last game?
I was mauled by a dog, and reality collapsed.
I cleverly used my abilities to get some information. That's all I got. It was amazing.
I made use of, during that aforementioned dog attack, of my particular science. I happened to keep on hand, as much as possible, small rocks with the channels drawn for an explosive alchemic reaction, sort of a grenade sort of effect.
The hilarity ensued. A Pontus event occurred, which actually opened a thin space. So there is now a crossover point into the land of the Fae, sitting in the middle of the convent grounds.
A barricade to the convent ground, which is now under quarantine. It's all about spin.
That does remind me. I suppose others sometimes find this relevant, but I seem to be observant of certain phenomena that others aren't always, and I'm able to accordingly identify these situations when they occur.
There are rituals that can stabilize this area. Just keep that in note for the future. You guys followed the trail up into the convent, encountered some possessed wild animals that attempted to kill you almost successfully, came across some clues that caused you to throw your suspicions in various directions, and then entered into an old Pontus event that covered up a room that you have just ascended into, where you have found the corpses of dozens and dozens of Nephilim that are desiccated. It looked like they've been down here for hundreds of years, along with various supplies that were used to torture them to death, and various inquisitional documentation, some of which is missing. And of course, the footprints that Robin is so excited about. I kick it off. You are in this room. It is full of corpses. You have a variety of different torchlights and alchemical lights from witchfinders that are illuminating portions of it. One wall is full of cages and various cubbies full of a variety of different artifacts and substances. The other wall is full of bronze urns, some of which are capped and some of which are empty. The far side of the room is covered in corpses, and the near corner of the room has an altar that looks like it has been disturbed and candles have been burnt on recently. There are also two giant statues of seraphim angels, one on either side of the altar along the wall.
There's much of this that would interest me if I knew about it, but I'm outside
Yeah,
of the court place. It was quite difficult entering the circle.
Now, Jessica, why is it you don't want me to go have a word with this child?
I don't believe that having a word with him is the word you used.
A strong word. A couple strong words from a pistol. I don't think
Also,
it's much to ask. I
we
think
don't-
we've got a pretty good case built here.
we don't really have much to go on. I don't really know what this case is.
Miss Jessica, you're a bit new to this, but let me lay it out for you. We got two released
You know
boogies.
nothing of
We
what
got
I'm
two
into.
released boogies in this hole. We got fancy shoe prints right outside. And we got a rope that the other fella in town with fancy shoe ships or footprints sure as hell ain't gonna be able to climb. That narrows things down for me pretty quick.
Do you have too many drinks with your pie? You seem to be slurring your words a bit.
It's been a weird day. I got mauled by a dog last night. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, I was there. Too bad he didn't finish the job.
Right. Agree to disagree then. So, what would your be next course of action, Jessica?
More investigation. We still haven't measured that circle. Check that place out.
The circle is on the way to the house. Just saying.
Speaking of which, I'm currently measuring this circle. How perfectly round is it?
The room is a
Cold
rectangle.
place. No. I'm outside of the cold place.
No.
If you remember, I went in and used my medium sense. It was a bit overwhelming, and I found myself more comfortable outside of it for the moment.
You're talking about the previous circle, the cold space?
Yes, the cold space.
It's not a perfect circle. One side is a perfect circle, and the other side is on the far side is kind of haphazardly chaotic, almost fractal. But if you drew a circle around the area, it might be 70 feet in diameter. It is a significant size.
Is it notable which side is perfectly round and which side is not?
The perfectly round side is toward the road that you are traveling on to go from
Let's see.
the Hermitage to the convent.
Let's see.
All right.
Look, and Nathaniel hasn't been in here, so maybe we also check on him. He seemed a little.
Nathaniel ain't coming in here. This area's giving him the fits.
Is he okay, or?
He's gonna be all right. I checked on him, made sure he was okay before I come in here. So look, we got a little bit of a disagreement on how this probably's going down. And that's fine. So why don't we do this? Let's take a cast of them footprints. You go ahead, go on into town, take Nathaniel with you. Keep an eye on the fella. I'm a bit worried about him. And Mags and I, we'll go measure up that circle. and we'll put all evidence together, take a look at our suspects, and we'll work everything out from there. Everybody's happy. Sound good to you, Miss Jessica?
Jessica just turns and starts to climb out. Muttering the whole way.
I think she fancy you, brother.
That sounds like agreement to me.
A plaster cast of the footprint will be a reason and investigation test. You could make an argument for grace and investigation if you really wanted to.
No, reason's fine. Reason
I'm a
seems
graceful.
better.
Yes, reason is my higher number, please.
So reasons 2, investigation's 3. So starting at a 5.
Yeah, your difficulty's a 2. It's a pretty simple task.
All right.
So you're at a 3 plus your card.
All right. Well, that's not great.
You did get a point of ether back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use it for
You could
this,
also
though.
ask for help. You can
Yeah.
look up a footprint, but you can look around. I'll give you evens and odds. There is another footprint that you can try to cast.
What were the
You'll waste some time, but you can make another draw.
What were the skills for it?
Reason and investigation.
Reason, investigation. Okay, I'm gonna give it a shot because I got 4 on that. So let's give it a shot.
So you're at a 2.
I see.
Okay.
The plaster explodes and I die.
Can I assist, or is that it?
Single
Oh.
sizable
Assist.
footprint left. If you muck this up, you will not be able to get a plaster.
Let's work together for once. You
Right, teamwork then.
You work together. You each draw. You take the best of the 2.
okay?
Actually, I'm gonna hand this off to Mags because she's got the better luck with the draw with me. So,
I don't know.
what is your focus and your investigation?
Okay, so
Reason.
My-
and
Oh, reason investigation.
oh,
Sorry.
reason.
Or we can just
I think yours is better. Mine's a 2. and a
Okay, yeah,
1.
I guess we'll stick with mine and hope
That's an
that
8. That is a.
Ooh.
Jessica just is like, never mind, screw this, and
She got it.
and just does it.
You're like, oh, you're supposed to pour
Yeah.
the plaster
Yeah.
into the mold.
Yes.
Well, that's what I
yes.
got. So I'm glad I got those out of the way.
You got a whole deck, brother.
So, you get a decent mold. It takes it takes a while because you messed up too, and then it takes time for the plaster to set. So it's moving on toward late afternoon by the time you get a good plaster mold.
Okay. I'm going
How long
to
has this been?
package
You
it.
started
neatly.
out in the morning, investigated the sanctuary chapel, and found that the artifact was missing, if you remember. And then you were on your way into town. You stopped here because it was on the way to investigate. Found this, and then you spent the larger part of 2 hours trying to plaster footprints.
I would say after about an hour, I would.
Well, I imagine if
I
Jessica's
would've-
going to end up doing it herself, I would go check on you.
Yeah, because I'm saying, at a certain point, I've completely diagrammed the perimeter of this area, and I'll start reaching in to take some samples of the grass inside versus the grass outside. And
I will give you reason and science, or reason and mysteries.
I'm definitely gonna take science over mysteries.
That's fitting for your character concept.
Yeah, so that is a 9 plus -4, 5.
Well, your difficulty for this is a 4, so you get a 1.
Okay, so I'm spooked, but I managed to pull it off.
It looks like a perfect circle, but it's not. Even the side that looks like a perfect half circle is in of itself kind of a bizarrely minimalistic mirror of the fractal on the other side. Even then, it's not a perfectly mirror image. It's just kind of a chaotic jumble of stuff. It almost looks perfect, but upon analysis, there is no rhyme or reason to the way this is formed.
I see. All right. Well, yeah. Once I finished seeing everything there is to see, that my curiosity would get the best of me, and I try entering again and see if I was assaulted with a cacophony of voices. I'm not trying to do the medium thing, but I don't know.
You kind of try to shut that out, but you walk in and the same thing as before. The moment you cross that line in the barrier where the grass changes, where the animals refuse to eat or move into, everything drops about 20 degrees. You begin to see your breath, and you no longer hear anything from outside. That, and because of your inclinations, it just feels wrong on a visceral level, like you shouldn't be here.
I will I will examine the exterior of the structure there briefly, as quickly as I can. If there's anything that catches my attention, I might look further. But Rob, I was originally going to go in, but I'm not. I don't think it's necessary. I think I got it handled.
I'm gonna go check on Nate. So yeah, eventually while she's doing this cast, and I can see Jessica just getting increasingly more frustrated the more I look over her shoulder while she does it.
But if there's nothing particularly strange or out of place about the exterior of the structure, then I will make my way back out. There's always other things to measure, Gotta take. Hey, I'm sure
the structure itself, the building structure, looks to have decayed in a relatively normal fashion. It doesn't look like it is corroded. It looks like a building that was left 500 years ago that decayed at a pretty normal rate. That's not what's creepy about this place.
Okay. Yep, satisfied with that. I probably have some sort of field test kit with me. I think as an alchemist, I would need to confirm the composition of items and materials and such. So I'd have basic sort of field testing kits that would include a thermometer.
You're collecting samples?
I'm wondering if I can take a temperature reading inside and outside of this circle to see if it's merely a experienced phenomenon or a physical one. So if I have some sort of thermometer on me.
It is physically colder.
Okay. All right. Very interesting. Outside of the circle. Outside. Circle.
Do I track him down fairly easily?
You do, but while you're doing that, Canon Elizabeth, where are you?
Jessica, are you okay, or do you need me to stay behind as well?
And she'll kind of wave you off, but she took one of the empty bronze jars, and she had wrapped it and didn't touch it, and she will pull it out of her bag and give it to you to give to Nathaniel.
The bronze jars, by the way, are like 1.5 feet tall. They're sizable.
Okay. Well, all right then.
Is it heavy?
It's about the weight of a Fey person.
I took an empty one.
Even Fey people are mostly water.
Yeah.
Bronze is not as heavy as iron, but I mean it's there's no supernatural quality to it at its current state. It is literally a bronze jar that is the normal weight of a bronze jar that is 1.5 feet tall.
Okay.
So I can't lift it?
You can lift it. It's just
I'm trying to think how heavy is that now? I don't know.
you can
giving it to her.
It's not as heavy as that.
Okay. All right. That's fine then. Yeah, I'm giving it to her to give to Nathaniel while I wait for the mold, the plaster to dry.
If you found it somewhere else, it might look a little like a spittoon.
Gross.
So Robin, you head out first while Ken and Elizabeth stops and talks to Jessica, and you make it to Nathaniel. He is measuring things with various forms of scientific instruments.
Still too much to get in, eh?
I briefly ventured in, and everything in there seems to be strange. So the building itself.
Yeah, that's not surprising, because we got a hole filled with a couple hundred dead faith folk in there, and some nasty rituals. So, it's making a bit of sense.
Point of fact, they're dead Nephilim, not faithful.
Oh, Nephilim, sorry. I wasn't confident that I could pronounce it correctly, so I went with the slang.
Nephilim aren't faithful.
Oh, okay, sorry. My mistake. I apologize.
There were
Nephilim.
Many of them.
The walls of them. Whole place full of dead Nephilim. Tucked into little jars, like preserving them for the winter.
What sort of rituals? These rituals.
There's a lot of items down there. There was kind of a kit set up, shelves full of stuff, and a little altar. From the look of it, it looked like it was a series of items someone might use to kill Nephilim. Like a toolkit. You spread them out, try everyone, see for which ones work.
Like a Bane collection.
Yeah, something like that.
This
It's a crime scene. And it's our crime scene now.
But the area itself was not planned, I don't think. I think it was a byproduct of something that occurred, possibly the murder of many Nephilim.
Well, I'd say that's a good line to draw. I think that's a fair assessment, that a couple hundred murdered Nephilim in the basement makes it a little hard to live upstairs. Maybe property values go down a little bit. Can't build a cottage out here. Too many dead Nephilim.
I'd like to
A sign in my yard that said dead Nephilim storage.
Yeah, it's just like if you go by the house and it says no dead Nephilim, there's definitely dead Nephilim inside.
I think I should see this laboratory.
I think you should see it as well, but we got a little problem. You're not allowed to go in there.
Why is that?
Because it's giving you fits, boy.
No, it'll be fine. And I'm going to walk past him.
All right. While this conversation is going on, Canon Elizabeth is walking from this area to where you two are at. And while in progress, you hear from over your right shoulder, kind of off to the side, Maggie.
Hello?
You turn, and there's a man kind of languidly standing, almost as though he's leaning against something, kind of draped against a wall, only there's no wall there. He is dressed in a suit that appears to be made of stitched autumnal leaves, but they do not appear to be in one place. They are, in fact, falling while they are on his body. He has a crown that is shaped together of some sort of berry-bearing twig. He has long, peaked ears, and he is looking at you. And he says, Maggie, I've been looking for you all over. I think it's time to come home.
And who the bloody hell are you?
I thought that was obvious. I'm sorry. Perhaps we could have some tea and we could discuss how long it's been since we've seen one another. You are a very hard woman to track down, especially when barriers between places keep one at bay. Luckily, one just happened to open, and perchance, here you are immediately, almost as if fate had brought us together. It must be the will of whatever clockwork god it is that you're worshiping these days, has for you to return to your father.
Uh-huh. I may have to speak to my brother about this. Not exactly one that likes to run off with strangers.
You don't need to involve your half-siblings in this. They're no affair of mine. If you want a little trouble, I can help you out of it if it means that you'll come home quicker.
But I want to get my brother, so you wait here. Or you can come with.
As you wish.
Good.
Don't run off again.
You are a weird one. Well, follow me. I still have work to do. Maggie's focused.
He sits down in what appears to be a chair, but there's no chair there.
Oh, you're staying. Very well. And she just walks off.
Mhm.
She gonna go get her brother and drop off the plant. The thing that Jess gave. Brother.
Hi, Mags.
And did Nathaniel already leave too, or I run into him too?
The two of them are together at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Their conversation is just concluded.
All right. I dump the thing onto Nathaniel, like, from Jessica.
What was this thing? The urn?
The urn, yeah.
Oh.
And then
Are there
That's one of them Nephilim containers.
I believe
Contain-
so.
so there's
Yeah, two of them was open. And we fought two demons last night. What a coincidence.
Perhaps something
this
you can
one
study
this
from
one you
it.
gave me, is it open or closed?
Jess,
one
what
did
you give
get?
me?
It's open.
Okay.
Whoops.
So
It's the wrong door.
and describe to me what's inside of it? Someone? Anyone? Is there a body inside of it?
No, it's completely empty.
Oh, it's just
This-
empty. Okay.
Yeah, this has been emptied out completely.
I see.
Had a Nephilim.
Are the sealed ones heavier than the open ones?
I don't think we checked.
I didn't try picking it up.
Just trying to deduce the physical phenomena from the metaphysical.
With all due respect, Nathaniel, I try to avoid handling as many cursed and haunted artifacts as possible.
Then how do you study them?
We don't all have such nice gloves.
There's no, like, you can't pick up anything from this.
Outside of the cold place, and then I'll go ahead and do a medium try on the bronze urn.
What are you doing?
I'm going to make sure, as long as I'm outside of the cold place, the circle,
Mhm.
I'm going to. That's not what medium does. Hold on, it's not supposed to be objects. It's people, right? Sorry.
It's entities.
Yeah. No, I can't pick up anything from this. we then no, that's not quite how it works. But I'd like to see, not that you've missed anything important, but I'd just like to give it another look over the whole situation. So yeah, I want to go in there.
Well, all right. Brother,
Yeah.
there's some loony over there that tried to talk to me. Asked me going out for some tea. Dressed weird.
Oh,
Leaves
good.
falling.
They're coming out of the woodwork today.
Yeah. Didn't want you involved, so just get ready. There might be some riffraff ahead.
At this point, I'm going to ask you to draw initiative cards.
Oh shit.
boy. Oh no. And how does that work again? How many cards do we draw?
So I'm
You go
still
4, you keep 3.
Okay.
in the cold
Cannot discard
place
Fate or
with
Doom.
this thing.
Uh-oh. And what do? We split the
All
party?
right, I'm going to discard a -4.
Oh, good.
And
Discard a -4.
You said pick 4
And-
and then
Pick
Not
draw
good.
4,
Discard
keep 3.
one.
what's left
draw
is
four. Okay. Draw 4,
also
keep 3.
not
Well,
great.
that's great.
Oh shit.
I recommend using the Doom card while you're in the cold.
Mine's
plane.
really
That would
bad.
be awesome.
It's really, really bad.
I mean,
you
I'm already in the
guys.
cold place.
Okay, get rid of the -5.
Just for the sake of argument, I just want to let you know what that would mean. So the Pontus events that occur in a variety of different places occur with a severity equal to where
Uh-huh.
you're currently at
Uh-huh.
and the things that you've done, where none of you have done anything terribly corruption worthy since the campaign began. You
Right.
are in an already extant, unrepaired 500-year-old Pontus event.
And I mean, also, as long as you didn't like do anything crazy when you built your character, like build in corruption or anything.
Why would you do that?
Why would anyone do that?
Seems crazy.
I want to point out that this is the second time we've drawn initiative cards, and the Doom card has shown up again.
I'm not saying you can't play it. I just want to let you know the consequences thereof.
I mean, I know
2
the
initiatives.
consequences.
2 Doom cards.
Our world's gonna end.
The consequence is fun and entertainment for our audience.
All right.
I want to fight my stepdad, but I guess I got
He's not your stepdad. He's your sister's mister.
I'm gonna attack him socially.
The
You're not my real dad.
sister-
I hate you.
Can anyone beat a 4 with a 94?
Melissa, what's your
I've
four
got
got
nope.
on it?
I have a 90 on my 4,
Mine's 94.
Ooh.
so no.
Go down.
We
What's in
cannot.
the
Ooh.
Wait, does mine work or no?
We're using the same deck, so we have the same number. So what's your next highest card?
My next?
Of the
The
little
little,
numbers.
the little number.
Of the little number in the
or
corner.
wait, or of the big no. I don't know. You tell me.
It doesn't matter. All the 4s are higher than all the 3s are higher
Yeah,
than all
no.
Okay.
There's like a 30 and a 7.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I didn't know that.
Okay, so Jessica, you are finishing up your plaster mold. You're finally just about done, and you're
Oh
like,
shit.
"Oh God, such pain!" And you hear, you turn, and on the front of you, prepared to pounce with its claws deep into the ground, is maybe a 2-foot-long cat, which wouldn't look odd except for the fact that its mouth was from ear to ear opening up in a way that shouldn't be physically possible from its jaw, with teeth just pointed sharp and going in every direction. Its eyes are kind of glowing and almost misting out of themselves, and it is leaping at you. Would you like to react?
Yeah. A little bit.
No, I will not react.
No, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna stand here and take it.
It is going to do a pounce and bite attack. How are you reacting?
I'm gonna try to like roll out of the way.
Okay. You're doing a defensive maneuver.
Yeah. And try to grab and try to get my parasol.
I would think that mechanically grabbing the parasol and putting it in front of you would be a better way to defend yourself, as it would raise your guard by 1 point.
Yeah. So I guess that's what I'll do is try to go for my parasol.
Okay. The rest of you hear this hideous kind of screech owl meow as this bizarrely striped animal with an impossible mouth leaps at you. Is your physical defense higher than a 4?
It is a 4.
Oh, well then you lose a point of guard.
Okay.
You are able to get your umbrella right in front of you, and it kind of like slaps at it, and it lands on the ground right in front of you and prepares for another pounce. You must discard one of your initiative cards.
And I know that they can't hear me unless they're inside, so I'm just... as far as Jessica's concerned, she's on her own. So.
That's true. How many of you are inside the circle versus outside the circle?
Nathaniel was walking in when we ended our conversation.
Yeah, I think you got to make a call on this. I don't know.
I will let you, on your initiative, whenever it comes up, you'll walk in and hear the screeching.
Okay.
That being said, 4s are up. So what's your 4?
Maggie
I've
has the
got
higher one.
90.
94.
You've got 94?
No, I've
Maggie,
got
are you
90,
inside
but
the
Maggie
circle
has-
or outside the circle?
Where is that creature? Was he inside the circle?
Yes, but you wouldn't have heard it or known that it's there until you walk in. Is
Well,
your
she's-
character walking back in that general direction?
I was assuming I was walking in that general section, so back in the circle.
Okay, well then you
Yeah.
may, on your action, walk through, hear what's going on, and then you can take a move, maneuver, and action.
Well, the folk did say he was gonna wait, and I just go straight to Jessica instead. How long does it take for me to get there? Does it take like a turn to get?
It will take you from the outside. It's going to take you. You're going to have to trade your action for a move and take 2 moves to get there. It's going to take your whole turn. You do get a maneuver if you can think of anything to do with it. Draw a weapon.
I'll do 2 movements so I can get there faster.
Okay, well you get a maneuver as well. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I got my gun ready.
Okay, discard your 4.
Oh.
Nathaniel, I
This
believe
one?
that you.
Yeah,
Yes.
that you just used it for your initiative. That's
That's how it works.
I'm gonna be useless. I hope I don't miss. I kinda missed.
Nathaniel, your 4 is up next.
All right. Yes, I'm going to. When I enter the circle and I hear this, when I kind of looked at the structure, does it seem sound enough to contain an animal? It sounds like a wild animal.
Sound enough to. I mean, it's just a bunch of walls, a bunch of holes in them. I mean, it's not.
So yeah, there's a bunch of holes in them. Never mind. I think
You'd be
that I
hard
am
pressed to
going-
find a room with 4 walls.
Pardon?
I said you'd be hard pressed to find a room with all 4 walls.
Yes. Okay. Well, I have to see what this is, so I guess I'm going to move up there. Just a point of order. This conductive chalk. Would I have started with how much of this would I have started with?
You would have started with as much as your means would have allowed you to purchase.
Okay. My means being a 3.
You have a fair amount of conductive chalk.
Okay.
Anything that requires a means of 3 or less for a reagent, you can do.
Okay. Fantastic. Just good to know. So yes, I'm going to move in as close to this sound as I can. You know, once I get to the building, I'm going to be moving in a little bit more cautiously, so let's take my action.
And
And,
you get a maneuver. It takes 2 moves to get there. So you get your move, you trade an action for a move. You have a maneuver left if you want to use it for anything.
I mean, I would have my cane sword drawn, but I don't know. I haven't seen this situation with my own eyes, so I'm going to be entering this building cautiously, and just being on guard with my cane sword at the ready is really all I can do now. So I have very little information on the situation.
Okay. Both of you arrive on the scene and you see this beast. You're looking at it from behind, so you see the fact that it is striped, kind of purple on pink. It is an unnatural color, and its hair is all matted. It's some sort of elongated mammalian creature with a big puffy tail, and it looks like it has giant claws. You don't see its face from this angle.
And what's sort of the layout of the room?
The layout of the room is there are 2 walls standing, and the hole to go down is in the crux of the wall. And Jessica was just outside of the hole getting the footprints that were pushed deep in while the rope is being tied. And so the cat is there. If the cat got a critical success attacking her, he might be able to put a condition to knock her down.
The cat is inside the hole, or the cat is upstairs?
The cat is outside the hole. I'm saying
okay.
Knock Jessica down the hole with a proper attack. Just
All
to
right.
give you bearings. Robin, you're up.
Okay.
So I'm standing outside of the circle, and Maggie goes in before me and just bolts. And Nathaniel just bolts, runs off. I'm just like, "Hey, Robin, there's some kind of emergency. You need to go look at it." "Oh, thanks, team. I'm going to go check it out." I'm just slowly walking in and pull out my gun, check the amount of rounds, and I'll make my way following Maggie, because if Maggie's running off with a start, I gotta keep up with her. So I'll use my 4. So I'll use both my moves to follow Maggie, and if I make it to where she is, I will aim with my weapon at this fucking Cheshire cat from hell.
It'll take both moves. You can. Did you already have your gun drawn?
Yeah. I mean, if I saw them go, the next step would be the draw. Do I have to use my maneuver to draw?
Yeah, because.
Okay, I'll use my maneuver to draw. Maneuver drawn.
Next up, are there 3s? 2s? Robin, you get a 2.
Right here. All right. So I'm going to shoot the Cheshire cat from hell, which I imagine will result in yet another forest creature mauling me this fucking trip to the boonies. But whatever. That's something I'm going to do. So what am I checking against to fire my pistol at this thing?
Grace and firearms.
Grace and firearms.
Your difficulty is a 4.
Grace, okay, well, I've got 5. So as long as I don't minus all of that, boom! That's a good number. If I can take that, Scoot, fucking Garfield hell beast.
That's a DOS of 5. So you are going to wound it with the shot. You also can place a condition on it. You may draw a number of cards equal to the potency of your pistol.
Okay.
Choose a condition from among the results.
All right, my pistol's potency is 3. So I'm going to draw 3 cards.
You also have access to the bleeding weapon condition from your pistol.
Excellent. Well, there's a fake card that says damage on it.
I'd choose that one.
I like the sound of damage. So I'm going with damage. This one here. Damage feels like a good place to go with this. This is the last thing I let get a hit on me. Didn't work out so well.
You basically get an additional wound immediately.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Take that.
Fake.
Conversely,
Fake.
interestingly enough, it is the only way to cause emotional wounds in the game is to socially attack someone, get a DOS high enough to place a condition, and have them draw the fake card. You can actually give someone.
I'm gonna.
Wonderful.
They just have a heart attack. I'm like, oh, you've insulted me.
I'm emotionally wounded almost daily. Like it's
because you're the worst.
You charge up. You have your gun out. You are training it. I can't do hand motions.
Yeah, it's just
to back up.
Yeah, there you go.
Gun, walk up in a very dignified fashion. Pop it twice.
Yeah.
And the beast just kind of is about to pounce, and it no, heck with that. It's going to cause you to redraw. It's going to spend a point of ether.
Motherfucker. Okay, what have I got to do?
You no longer have drawn a 4. It's spending a point of ether so that you have to refund.
Oh, I see. Well, I drew a 1 then, so now I only have a 5.
Okay, so you've only wounded it once.
Okay, well, actually, because I have 3 firearms and 2 grace. So, how does that work out?
You're still hitting it, but I can't undo your fate card.
Okay.
Because you can't undo fate or doom.
Haha!
There's... I think I'd remember that having designed the game. But there's nothing that can undo fate or doom. So, you shoot it, it dies. It rolls over.
Take that, you fucking cat!
I imagine it looked really confused. It was like, I tried to, what? But I.
Like, tries to reshape reality, and it's
Yeah.
like, shit.
Like, but I.
It's like, wait a second, I spent a point of ether.
Right? Hold on.
Okay, there is
Alright.
a dead feline beast on the ground.
Dead ass.
Initiative is now over.
Oh, good. We didn't have to spend the Doom card. Put that shit away.
Reshuffle your decks.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah,
We can do
shuffle it right back
Stuff it
in.
real good.
And make sure to put it right on the top.
Oh, God. All right.
Wow.
I mean, you realize I wasn't going to use it.
I'll leave you alone for 5 minutes, and you get an attack from the Cheshire Cat of Hell.
Jessica ignores him and makes just checks on the plaster.
Yeah,
Make
you're
sure
welcome, by the way.
Okay.
Normally, I say our thanks in this order.
I'm
But
still
that's
checking
just
the
me.
plaster.
She's a lady.
This is
isn't
not
she?
a possessed creature. There's nothing natural about this thing.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking a good hard look at this.
Yeah,
there,
Nathan, I
fella.
got you a present here.
This
You know?
is now the most interesting thing in the room for sure. Approaching slowly, kind of doing some tapping and poking with the cane blade, and once I'm convinced that it is no longer animate, I will approach a bit more and take a close look to see what I can see.
Reason and mysteries. Science will not help you here.
Jeez.
Oh boy,
That's always a bad sign.
Reason
No
is a good
sign.
solid 5 though, and I got 1 in mysteries and a 0, so it gives me a 6. And what's the difficulty there?
I guess when you get a reason of 5. Yeah. This isn't even a corrupted animal. This is someone's nightmare that wandered out of the fairy realm. Oftentimes, with Fae, Fae are
Oh, thank you.
Hello.
fluid beings with a state. Fae are fluid beings without a solidified state. They seek constancy by becoming what people believe in that doesn't exist in the material world. This was somebody's bad dream, and it is now there.
Miss Harrington, did you see which direction this thing came from?
Behind me. So it was behind me. So I really couldn't tell you.
All right. Is
Now that I
behind
shot
her-
it, you didn't want to ask it any questions first.
Well, if it was an option, I certainly would have expressed that capability, but I can't actually speak to animals.
Not talking to you, Nate.
Sorry.
Does Nate share what it is?
Is the
I'm sorry?
I'm asking follow-up questions because you don't need answers till I have them.
Okay, well then I'm gonna investigate and see if I can figure out what it is.
So is the is the behind her where would have been behind her? Is that the direction that the event from the other night was?
Oh yes, very much so.
Okay. Yes. Okay. This seems
What's your total,
Reasonable.
Sarah?
10.
Yeah, you are very, very, very certain that this is a Fey folk, a newly created one, in fact.
Oh,
Um,
newly created. Okay.
So, Robin, I
This thing was
suspect-
probably a wildling fluid being of chaos no more than an hour ago. It just kind of fluttered in and took form.
I have reasons to believe this came out of the breach we experienced.
Yeah, this was created recently.
Oh, good.
Mm.
I was
Also, if this one got out, there's probably more. So
well, yeah. Reality collapsing on itself tends to have some side effects.
You haven't noticed any other evidence of Fey creatures around here, have you? While you've been in here?
would I have noticed anything?
I'm gonna look at Maggie and I'm gonna say, "No, we haven't."
That's what my brother said. Then I stay quiet.
We should
All right.
look out for such.
Agreed.
I've definitely taken samples off of this thing.
Oh yeah, no, look, you go to work. This is
Hell to the. So I'm gonna try to. I mean, I don't know how long I've been. I don't know if I've ever come across a Fey before. So I'm gonna attempt to gather what I think would be standard samples: some hair, some teeth, some blood, some tissues.
Have at it. What are the rest of you doing while Nathan is dissecting the mutant cat?
I'm gonna watch his back for a bit and I'm gonna assign tasks. Okay, Jessica, we still got a job to do here. So when Nathan's done, how about you take him into town, radio to headquarters, well, send a message to headquarters, and let him know that we're gonna need a ritual out here to close some Pontus events.
What's the inside of these things look like? Does it look like normal mammalian organs, or is it just a jumble of chaos in there?
I guess it looks like whatever you're most afraid of, or whoever dreamed it, whatever they were most afraid of.
Yeah.
Ooh, so
Full of math homework.
as I'm going in, well, so before I'm going in for the big abdominal slice, I'm gonna ask. By the way, is anyone here afraid of cats? No?
It's full of like twigs and straw and snow and
Like just weird shit. Just-
Jessica is gonna say, yeah, he's asking you if you're afraid of cats because this creature was created by someone's worst nightmare.
No, but I got to think about dogs after last night.
And also, I
there's
wanted to
probably
know
one of
whether I had to
those
get the
somewhere.
answer of what's inside from one of you or the narrator. But now I know it's full of snow and twigs and stuff, which is
Fascinating.
strange. Possibly
So, how does that sound for jobs? Is that
not
agreeable?
fully formed.
Jessica just walks towards the exit.
I mean,
Nathaniel, are you dissecting this thing in the cold space or outside of the cold space?
oh, in the cold space. I just right there started feeling.
I imagine the voices are still screaming at him, but they're like, "Oh shit, he's not listening anymore."
It's more like white noise screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense.
You're not actively.
I mean,
using it.
eventually
It's so
it's
potent
like
here,
the
it's
hum of the refrigerator, right? You just start to tune it out.
We just got it.
And having something to focus on blocks it out. It's in, the sort of thing that I've done for years.
Jessica, where are you going?
Overloads.
Back towards the way we came in, but I'm walking slowly, and I'm like the whole way, like scanning.
Okay. Everything is pretty quiet. And outside of the cold space, things sound and seem mostly normal. As normal as being on the edge of a thin space can be.
And I didn't see Chairman on the way out.
He is no longer here.
Then I'm just waiting outside, and I'll step every couple of minutes, I'll step inside just to see if I hear anything, and then step back outside.
Make sure there's no screaming.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we'll wait with Nathaniel until he finishes up.
You finish up taking all of your samples. It's kind of gleeful. The problem is the snow melts, which makes it hard to keep.
Keep the water. Keep
I
it in
mean,
it.
yeah, I imagine I have some small sealed pipettes or test tubes.
Brother, what did you do to piss off Jessica?
What didn't I do?
Did you
Uh,
grab the
woman-
lady when I wasn't looking?
And Jessica is in her investigative journalist PI thing. She's drawing a picture of what this thing looks like.
Okay.
All right, so once Nathaniel's done, we'll gather up Nathaniel and Maggie and go find Jessica.
Hmm.
All right.
We don't know that the thing is gone. Aren't we going to go see that weirdo?
All right.
Did you mention before I got into this room in the last episode there were books?
There were some things down in that hole, but I need you to do me a favor. Nathaniel, I need you to hold yourself. Maybe take this place in small doses. I need you to go check on Jessica. You got your samples. This is our crime scene. We're going to have lots of time to check out that hole.
But Witchfinder Robin, you understand, of course, the implications of a mass systematic Nephilim purge, right? You see how old this place is.
It's very fascinating, Nate, but I got a bigger problem. The problem is my team keeps splitting up and getting attacked by monsters.
But
So
you don't
understand
find
my
Inquisition
concern.
relics like this every day, Sir Robin.
I understand that, and we are going to keep this, and this is our crime scene. But I need you to make sure that other members of the team ain't getting eaten by monsters.
This place isn't going anywhere, but Jessica surely is.
Of course, Master Witchfinder.
We're the only ones allowed in here. You're going to get your chance. I'll make sure you get first crack at it. All right?
Thank you, Master
All
Witchfinder.
right. And then after Nate has gone a good distance away, all right, Mags, let's go meet you, Mr. Nunn.
Right, this way then.
All right.
We
I
go.
rejoin with Jessica and follow orders.
Is he there?
See you around? We're going to go.
Where to?
Yeah. We're looking for that guy, that mystery tree guy thing.
Just
You
not
know.
here.
Absolutely no sign. The only sign is that he was really here is that the tall grass that he was walking through to find you was disturbed. Other than that, no sign.
Well, that one was impatient. How long? We weren't gone for that long, I think.
How long does it take to shoot a monster?
I don't know. You're the one that shot it.
Wow, this wasn't that
Were
long,
you-
I don't think.
Well, we already have matters to attend to, so.
Yeah, maybe he'll make himself known again. What do you look like?
Had some branch-like crown. Leaves are falling off of him. Definitely Fae.
He's a
Then-
Nephilim, is he?
Would I know? If it's Nephilim? Or no? No? Yeah.
No,
Fae,
it's
Nephilim.
It's a
Fae.
Fae.
Yeah.
Oh,
Two
well.
completely different things.
Oh,
Nephilim-
Jesus
Nephilim-
crap. Sorry.
I've got everybody screwed up. Okay.
For everybody who's lost, Nephilim are the children of angels who left heaven. Fae come from the Fae.
I like that. Fae come from the Fae.
Fae's just Fae.
Good to know.
Sorry.
And then there's a whole bunch of other different stuff in this world, but
All
Right.
kinds of other stuff. By the book.
Yeah.
this book,
That book right there. That one on the screen.
that book.
Right. Well, maybe he's going to come say hello again later. Let's get.
Mentioned my dad.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's news.
Could have been a lie, too.
Could have been. But that's family business. And we'll keep that between the two of us.
Well, he didn't think it was important enough to stay, so we keep
Evidently
moving.
not. Right, let's gather everybody back together, figure out what's bugging Jessica's hat.
You really need to call some kind of truce with that one. She keeps wandering off now without listening. Well, can't assume too much, but she definitely doesn't like you.
Yeah, well, I think that's all right. I think keeps on going.
Eh.
Okay, where are you going to?
We're going to go try and find them now. We're going to go try and reconvene with Maggie. We're going to go try and reconvene with Jessica and Nathaniel.
I would have simply found Jessica. Jessica, what you doing?
She doesn't say anything. She just keeps drawing. And then there's a point where she's like turning the page and she's like, I'm trying to, yeah, but it was like, and like focusing on the details.
Are you attempting to document the creature?
Well, someone dreamed that thing up. And I'm sure that if we show them a picture of what it was, they're going to have a reaction to it.
I mean,
And we'll,
perhaps there's some peculiarities to the specifics of the form. It could be clues. It was a cat with a very large mouth.
yeah, and she's got it drawn from like different angles, like the front on, and like the side, like.
At this point in history, would we be familiar with the works of Lewis Carroll?
No, it's not written yet,
Okay.
or it's pretty new. I feel like. I mean, in real life. I mean,
Alice
I
in
watched-
Wonderland. Is Alice in Wonderland published yet?
I think it. I don't. Did it make it to London that early? I don't know. Also,
Your call, narrator.
this is
I think he's Googling it.
this is the.
It's been around for 30 years.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Okay, there
all
we
right.
This is the tea party here.
Okay, good. My references stand. We're good.
Yes. It's almost as if the something from Wonderland. I've often suspected that Lewis Carroll had some run-in with the Fae. Or sorry, Mr. Dodson, but had some run-in with the Fae before writing that particular work. You familiar with it?
Jessica's pencil falls out of her hand,
Um,
and she just picks it up, puts her head down, and goes back to drawing. And she says, "It's a book, like many others."
I'm just wondering
She
if
goes back to drawing.
perhaps it was a child recently familiar with the book. It looks like the thing that would be the fear of a child, or at least a childhood fear.
It's hard to tell. Like I said, it was a recent dream. It was created recently.
I know many
Within,
people-
what'd you say, an hour, Zeke?
Yes.
It was created within an hour ago.
Well, yes, but I mean, do you not sometimes have uncomfortable dreams of things that happened to you long ago?
I'm not saying that's not the case, but I am saying that specifically this thing was created an hour ago. I'm not saying it might have been dreamt of before, but it was
Right.
created in that form an hour ago.
Well, I mean, perhaps there's an empirical test we can perform to suss out who may be connected, or whether that's relevant. I'm unsure.
You run into them at this point. The four of you are together.
Right, we're all done our business here.
We were just discussing what sort of person might fear a cat. I feel like in childhood, it's not uncommon to run across a unfriendly cat and find it quite startling.
You ever seen an alley cat before? Big mean buggers, patchy fur. Hey, put stripes on you just as soon as look at you. Well, that makes sense to me. Being afraid of a cat.
Well, out here in the country, I don't think cats receive quite as much mistreatment. They're a bit more free.
Red Harrington. Ah!
At
Okay.
any rate, what
Right.
did you discover? What is your recommendations, Master Witchfinder?
We did a final check of the place. I know you're itching to get in there. So, I'll leave it up to you two. Miss Jessica, Mr. Nathaniel, how would you like to proceed?
Is Nathaniel actually doing that?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Unrelated to, but inspired by the most recent discussion, I'd like to try something. If I can find a cat.
I don't know how I feel about where this is going.
Oh no, I assure you I have nothing but affection for the animals.
Just as a narrator statement, real cats are not full of sticks and snow.
Just throwing it out there.
Oh no, I'm aware.
Just
That's what I'm
within
saying.
the world, it's not.
No.
What time is it right now?
This
Out of curiosity.
Oh,
Is it
it's
getting dark?
probably just before dinner.
No, this made me think of something. This made Nathaniel think of something separate, different, but that may be productive. I think we may be able to, with this newfound information, get some more information out of our affected young woman.
I think so too. But I'd really like the both of you to get to town and message out that we need somebody to come out here and clear these Pontus events. Because unless you know the ritual to close them, we're going to have a lot more nightmares running around.
I should clarify.
Jessica,
I believe that I can get more information from her.
Jessica, you could cast this ritual.
Yeah.
You probably just need to spend a point of purpose to have it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Miss Jessica?
Jessica's like, and it finally all comes flooding out, and she says, "Didn't even fucking ask, you prick." And I'm gonna spend a point of purpose to say that I have it, and she's gonna take out of her pocket the like a little leather-bound book that says the ritual on it, and like slam it on the ground.
Oh,
And
good.
all the anger and like what it was about comes like flooding out.
Okay.
It's
So-
very obvious that this is why she's been pissed off at you all day.
So he lets you have your moment. You let it all out. And then because he is who he is, all you had to do was say so.
All you had to do was ask and not assume, but you always assume everything, don't you?
Well, it's important to open up a dialogue. I'm a man of action. So, are you going to help us close up these holes before monsters start running all over the countryside or not?
What's the difficulty level on that ritual?
Talk amongst yourselves while I look it up. It's a standard
Okie dokie.
Given the appropriate tools and the time, I could do it.
Well, that's good.
But
I appreciate your
to
contribution.
do it on this scale, it may be something that I need help with. I'll have to study the ritual further.
It's a difficulty 6.
If I might propose, Master Witchfinder, perhaps you and I could go question the young lady, and the two with the more mystically attuned can take care of this thin space.
Makes sense. Mags, you figure you could give Jessica a hand? If she needs it. Not saying she does.
Do you have any mysteries points?
Are you mysterious?
Mystery
It
points?
requires 2 people with mysteries to perform.
Yeah,
Do you-
that's
in
why
your
I'm
mystery
asking.
skill.
Because if
I
you
have
don't have
one
mysteries,
mystery.
Okay.
It will take 4 hours to perform the ritual.
Yeah. I mean, it's because it's getting dark, and the cold place isn't the place that we really. I mean, we need to do it here, but that's not what is. It's not
Producing nightmares?
Yeah.
I look at my brother. I'm just like, you sure you want to leave 2 ladies out in the dark for 4 hours?
Yeah, but you're a tough sort. You can take care of yourself.
Well, here's the problem with that. If the ritual is interrupted, we have to start over, and it's a 4-hour ritual.
Would it help to have a reinforced structure? Are you? How much space do you need for this?
Years I listened to it, Maggie. Years. All alone. This isn't a room, it's a cell. All I want is a friend. Why can't I have a friend? Well, I gave you a little pet. What did you do? You shot it. You're so ungrateful. It makes me sick.
Me? Oh no.
Yeah. So anyway, it's I mean, assuming I didn't hear that.
Maggie freezes up. Like, the hell was that?
What? And Jessica's like going through the ritual, like, what was what?
You didn't hear that? Someone was angry at me.
Well, this
What?
place is still downright spooky, so it's probably just normal.
Oh, I need you to
Brother,
be abundantly clear.
I'm
Somebody
not
was
even-
angry with you specifically, or somebody was angry and you could hear
In
that.
general, yeah.
Do you think you're
Dropped
experiencing
my
anything
name.
like the? Okay, all right.
Oh,
It seems different
well,
than what Julia's experiencing.
have
That's
you?
pretty direct. Hello?
Do you know the voice?
I don't know. Hello? You spoke to me just a moment ago.
Yeah, we should probably stick with them, I'm thinking. I don't know if we should leave them alone to do this.
I'm not even going to ask you whether you're staying.
I would be happy to go speak to her by myself. It's perfectly
Like-
safe. She's within the convent.
Nate, I know patience ain't your strong suit, but I may need you on this. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what I can. what do you say I can be?
You got any more exploding rocks?
A Fey attack. I could make some theoretically. But
Well, maybe
Isn't
we
it-
create a perimeter of those while we're doing the ritual. How about that?
if you want a perimeter, why don't I just create walls?
That could work too.
How much space do you need, Miss Jessica?
Not much. A couple feet.
Yeah, not much.
If that creature's not responding
All right.
back.
All right. Where is the best location? Where were you going to be performing this? Please point out the area. And I assume she points to be. Does it need to be like in the space or?
It needs
like
to be
right-
near the space.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So we got to
If
go
you
on
were
the
in the
flash.
space and you sealed it, you would be in fairy when it was over.
Oh, good.
Okay, great. So we'll find a nice flat spot. She'll point it out, and I'll begin to draw channels to transmute part of the ground into basically an iron cage for them to step inside before I set it up. How long is it going to take to draw up these channels?
It doesn't take very long to do transmutations. A couple minutes.
Fantastic. So yes, I'm basically going to make them like a little set them up for an iron cage and
Is it like Full Metal Alchemist? You do.
I had some Mr. Miyagi shit in there too.
It takes a full sequence to do a transmutation, so you can do them in combat, but it's not like stealth.
It's right because it's like you've got to set it up, and then you've got to drip. Yeah.
Right.
No,
well, you don't
that's
have
what I
like
was reading
alchemy
over here
circles
while we
drawn
were-
on the backs of your hands.
And-
While we were in
Jessica-
combat, and we were waiting to see if I was gonna have to take a turn, I was like, let's see what I can do. But no, yeah. So I will.
The concept is that you are drawing a channel with metallic chalks that conduct ether in very specific ways that cause the alchemical reaction to occur.
And Jessica's laying out, because this ritual requires a white linen shroud. And so she's laying out this big white piece of linen.
So yeah. So what strength of reaction would I need to basically make a bird cage around them?
From the soil?
An iron bird cage from the soil.
You're changing something. Probably 3. I'm going to say off the top of my head.
3. Okay. And the test is focus and what? Reason and science.
You're making it so that it's protective, right?
Yes.
Not like
Okay, so 3. Yeah.
So 3. Okay. So the
creates
so-
it. Now
so
you're
there's a
mine.
this is a difficulty 6. It's a difficulty 6, but my reason plus science starts me off at a solid 9.
Okay,
He
so
smiles every time he talks about his reason.
don't get a -5.
I got a +5. I don't.
You create a fucking mansion.
Can it be upgraded to steel? Shit.
It's more of an appearance thing. It just looks amazing. Get a little bored.
I dabbled in jewelry work at.
That's
my
good.
younger days.
I was thinking about getting some pheasants at my new estate. I might call you out for that.
It'd be rather simple, yeah.
Mike's, give Jessie a hand. If she knows it.
Don't call me that.
Give Jessica a hand, please, if she needs it, and we will watch your backs and make sure you're not interrupted, in case whatever's whispering at you gets any more funny ideas.
I am out of
Right.
ether, though.
Gun is drawn, sword is in the other hand, and I like, Knight, take out your weapons.
Take out my cane blade.
Just in case. Prepared.
Sure. Wait, what do we get back at the beginning of the episode? Ether or purpose, or does it depend on your character or what?
Yeah.
If you are a tainted bloodline, you get back an ether or a purpose. If you are a pureblood human, you get back 1 point of purpose and an ether or a purpose.
What can I do with all this purpose?
So, I'm out of ether still. That was the one I got back, but
Okay, well,
I got a couple points of purpose. So.
okay, well, I've got purpose as well. Perhaps our purpose will be to make sure that this ritual isn't interrupted.
Purposeful. I hope so.
Are you guys staying here while the ritual occurs?
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. We're gonna hang out and make sure it doesn't get interrupted.
Apparently, I'm staying here, even though I just built them an iron cage.
Yeah, but what if a snake comes by?
Oh, just
That's specific.
so you're aware, I'm a little bit tapped out, so we're going to have to kind of dig out the cage when they're finished. Unless we can assume I put a door in it.
There's no doors. They're
I
just
did not
trapped
mention
inside.
that though. So narrator, I think you got to make a call here.
All right.
Did I put a door in it,
Yeah.
or do we? Because I can't do any more transmutation. I'm out of ether.
No. Wait, what are you trying to do?
I'm just saying, when they're done letting them out of the cage, I'm out of points of ether. It takes a point of ether to cause a transmutation reaction. So we're gonna have to kind of dig out the foundation of the cage and pull it out of the ground.
Awesome. Awesome. And so
Imagine Jessica looks around and she's like,
now I imagine he says it to me and I'm like, just don't say anything about it till they're done.
You spend 4 hours. It is an uneventful 4 hours. You may make your test a difficulty 6.
all right. And it's will plus mysteries, right?
Yes.
Just her, or I have to be in it?
Your presence is necessary for the ritual to work, but you do not get to help.
She just uses your mojo.
Boom!
Boom. That's a 5.
Okay.
And my will and mysteries are an 8. So I started with an 8.
So you're at a 2. Whoa.
Yes. And
Plus
then
5.
So 7.
Okay. So you have an awareness of what's happening as the ritual begins to conclude. You see the ground. Everyone sees this part. You see the ground within the affected area almost like drop into oblivion as the rest of the ground around it starts to seal inward, recreating the landscape in a flatter way, the way it appeared before. You get the impression that there's a presence of sadness, followed by almost like a popping sound, and then there's a feeling of completion and renewal. That is an odd way to feel how magic works, but you were so in tune to the spell as it was working that you get this feeling of everything that was happening while the spell was concluding. Spell's over. It is now just before dusk.
I imagine I'm feeling, after feeling all of that, being that in tune with it, I imagine I'm feeling pretty drained. So she just kind of slumps back and just sits with her head down.
You did good.
She doesn't say anything.
Are we
Let's get him out of there.
okay? Fantastic. I didn't make it too far down, only about 6 inches, but I'm sure it'll need to be loosened around the base of.
It takes you another half hour to dig them out.
Love it. Love every minute of it.
Yeah, you wanted security.
Yeah, no, you did good. Let's think about doors next time. Throwing it out there.
Well, I mean, that would make it much easier to get inside.
Well, I mean, if the lock's on the inside, Nate.
Or design a lock is.
We can talk about it later. All right, let's get him out. And get him out.
So we get about.
Haul Jessica up on her feet.
All right, you've actually repaired the breach. It is just before dusk. What are you going to do now?
I think it's time to go back to the convent. I don't think we need to do this at night.
Yeah, no.
Not with all the weird shit that's been going on.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so it's like fireman's carry for Jessica back to the convent.
Wait, did we have horses with us at this point? I forgot. This was
No, we walked on the way
Okay,
back.
I thought.
Did you have who with you?
Horses.
Horses.
Did we take
Horses.
horses here?
Nah, yeah, we-
Somebody could spend a point of purpose if they wanted to say that we had. But
No.
We're
That's
swimming in
all.
purpose. All right. You're going to go back and stay the night in the convent?
yeah.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
when we get there, I'm going to first inquire if it was Julia, right? The possessed or the troubled
Mm-hmm.
priestess. I'm going to priestess. What was I gonna say? None. Wrong game. Look, I'm going to inquire whether she's still there, and
Who are you inquiring to?
look at the first person I see.
Okay.
No discretion.
The first person you see is Sister Abigail. You haven't actually met her yet. You've just seen her around. She's 14.
Excuse me, a young sister?
Yes.
Do you know if Sister Julia is in similar condition to as she was? Have you heard any news of her?
I'm sure Sister Julia is just fine. You don't need to worry about it. Thank you so much for your concern.
Well, no, actually, I think I could quite help her. Is there happen to be around the
Are you actually allowed to be in here?
Oh, and I'm ordered to be in here, miss. Is there anywhere, are there any friendly cats that make their home at the convent, often in storerooms? They catch rodents, sort of thing?
Mother Seraphina, these men that you let into the convent are asking really strange questions.
I'm not even there. I'm
going to start looking for Mother Seraphina because that sounds
She kind of
imminently
walks up
more
and
efficient.
ushers her away. How can I help you?
Yes, I had a theory, a possible therapeutic measure to help Julia help us more. Are there any friendly cats that make their home of the convent?
Not at the convent, but there are cats in the farms. Farmers usually keep them to keep the mice away.
There's none that make their way up here, a friendly one that might
From time to time.
enjoy being pets. Do you know where I might find one?
Not off the top of my head. None of the sisters keep them. We don't keep pets at the convent.
I just forgive me if that was insulting. I don't know. The storerooms often make use of cats for pest control.
Julian of Norwich kept several cats in her cloistered life.
Yes. Yes. All right. It's only theoretical. Are there any pets kept here?
There are no pets at the convent.
Are there any? You don't even know what I'm trying to do. Please allow me to explain, sister.
Did you make that sign before we started the show?
So, I believe I understand to a certain extent, at least possibly in full, what it is that Sister Julia is experiencing here that's making it difficult for her to focus and communicate. I've dealt with similar phenomena in my own personal experience, and
Do you want to speak with Sister Julia again?
Well, yes, but I do believe with the assistance of a cat, it might be easier.
Well, I'm sure that you can find a cat on any of the local farms.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's purely theoretical.
She looks very confused. I'm sure everyone else notices this except for Nathaniel.
Well, when I was young, there was a time when my perceptions of things started to expand, detail, not extrasensory, just the things that everybody else seems to notice as well, normal phenomena, but very intense, very loud, very overwhelming, and I get to a point where it's very difficult to deal with. And
were you given a gift by the clockmaker?
Well, that's not how my family saw it. I was restrained for quite some time in in my bed to keep from harming myself, they said. But I think that's just perhaps difficult to deal with. And I found one day when a cat wandered in through the window and made its way over to me in my restrained bedded position, and it lay down upon me and began to purr, and this was helpful in focusing. It was assistive, supportive. I found it easier to remain calm when necessary. Thankfully, my family did allow me to keep the cat, and it was helpful as I learned to deal with the situations as time went on.
I don't know why I didn't see this before. What you're describing sounds a lot like discernment of spirits. It's a gift.
Oh, that came a few years later. Yes. No, I have that as well.
No, I don't mean you. I mean Sister Julia.
Oh, yes, I'm quite certain of it. I heard precisely what she described when I stepped into the cold place.
She's not crazy.
Oh, no, not in the least bit. I thought we were all agreed on that.
I was having doubts, but I see things very clearly right now.
Oh, did you happen to check the condition of your reliquary?
The relic is missing. It was everything had been cleaned out of the sanctuary for renovations, the final renovations before the sealing of the marble for the new altar that was placed. And evidently there was a dog in the sanctuary. Scratched out the back of the altar and ran off with the rosary. I've never even heard of something like that.
What makes you think it was a dog?
Well, Sister Celine claims to have seen it, or has seen the dog with the rosary. It was the dog that bit her.
When I looked at the altar, was the damage I saw consistent with that which may be caused by a dog's anatomy?
Yeah.
Interesting. Did she mention anything specific about this dog? Strange eyes, perhaps?
No, nothing of the kind. Just thought that it wandered in, got scared, ended up doing rooting as dogs typically do, and wandered off with it. I can only hope that it isn't chewing it up right now. That's my main concern. At least if it just carried it somewhere, we can drop it and find it, or at least find the animal. Sometimes animals are attracted to holy relics. That's not terribly uncommon, but I don't know what to say. I can say that on the grounds, if you do see a black dog, to investigate to the best of your ability. I'm nervous about sending the sisters to do it because it's proven itself to be violent.
Yes.
What have you uncovered in your investigations?
I've uncovered that the circle outside of the structure is not perfectly round, and I go into great details of definitely not what she's asking about.
Like she glazes over.
What I was going for. Yep.
Like, I don't know why I asked you. I should have asked the Witchfinder.
This is the standard. I've already gone. Like, I've taken Jessica back to her room. Like,
He's like looking for help.
it's like, oh, Nate's fixing to lose his mind. I'll leave him with the sisters.
Why don't we discuss this over breakfast? And maybe then you can visit Sister Julia.
Yes. Yes. And I'll go off to wherever I was staying.
I have to make it to Vespers.
I've already walked away.
Compliment.
Irish goodbye heart.
All right. Are you turning in for the evening?
When I get back to the shared room, I assume Robin's already there. Yeah, Robin.
Well, unless you're going
yeah.
somewhere else.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
I would have dropped Jessica at her room, asked Maggie to keep an eye on her till she recovers. Because I imagine we have like separate areas in a convent.
Yeah, you're in a completely different wing, basically.
Yeah, and then I would return to the male wing, the small area that they've carved out for the two of us.
the construction zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once we're back there, I'm going to go in and I'm going to immediately go to that glove that I used to swab the inside of the reliquary the other day, and I am going to carefully unfold it, and I'm going to be taking some very close looks at this. I'm going to be inspecting it, of course, for black dog hair to see if that story checks out.
Impress the GM. Go up a level. You do find black dog hairs. They are small, but you do see it. There's also a little bit of animal dander and a lot of dust.
Master Witchfinder, the dog that attacked you, was it black, perhaps? And I know your next question, because the sisters believe that the relic was stolen by a black dog who pawed its way into the altar.
No, Nate, my next question was, I don't know, what color was it when you threw the blowing up rock at it? You were there.
Yeah. What color was it?
Yes, it was black.
Yeah, I suppose so. Although they don't have an eyewitness account of the eyes being strange. And I'm going to do some other tests.
Nate, do you remember how long ago they said the relic was taken?
Well, they didn't seem to know that it was taken until I mentioned something. Inquired them to go check upon the reliquary itself.
The bite was 2 days ago, and Sister Celine, since you didn't have the information yesterday, it would have had to have been today. So this entire event has occurred over the last 2 days.
Because I found I'm the one who found the altar all fucked up, and then I told them, like, have you checked on the reliquary lately? So, yeah, they didn't seem to be aware of it.
All right. Well, look.
And I suppose it's probably safer to say that Sister Celine was like, the dog had something in its mouth. It looked like it was hanging. It probably could have been the rosary. It's not like Sister Celine was. It was the artifact.
Nathaniel Russell does not give much credence to eyewitness accounts as it is. So.
Now, Knight,
Yes.
you're kind of an intellectual ponce. But look, tell me what you think of this. That hole, we found some fancy boot prints outside.
Mhm.
And it's a rope you got to climb to get out of there.
Sure.
Out of the people we've met in this town, who would have the physique and the money to have fancy boots and pull themselves out of that hole?
Well, obviously the Baron and his son. Let me go back to what I was doing.
That's what I thought too.
He's just a knight.
Yeah.
Not
Oh,
a baron.
he's not a Baron, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That dude and his son.
The Sir and his son.
Yeah, the sir and his son.
So what I know, are there any specific elements or residues that are commonly associated with metaphysical phenomena? Like, is sulfur residue a thing in this world?
Science does science. Mysteries does mysteries. So you can do all sorts of alchemical research with science. You can do all sorts of material fabrication. But science can't really do like ghosts.
All right. Well, Nathaniel, being who he is, he's still going to take this glove. He's going to chop each of the fingers off, cut each finger into 3 pieces so he can do redundant tests. And he's going to test for 5 different basic chemical elements that are easy to test for in a field kit. Each one 3 times. So, he'll do for like sulfur, sodium, what's other sort of things you would check for out there, like magnesium dust, a couple other things, He's going to do basic alchemical tests like lead acetate paper test for the presence of sulfur.
What are you doing this on?
Huh?
The cat?
No. Of the glove that I swabbed the inside of the reliquary with.
You get you don't really get sulfur so much as well, no, you get brimstone. That is a thing.
That's what I thought. So so I take a piece of the cloth and I push it down into the sealed end of a graduated pipette. I seal that off with a piece of lead acetate paper inside. I gently waft it over a fume to see if it changes color. If it does, then I apply a small solution of dilute hydrogen peroxide to see if it changes back to clear. I perform that test 3 times, and if at least 2 of those come up positive, I'm consistent that there is a residue of sulfur inside the reliquary.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about the cat, and I'm like, they aren't made of sulfur. They're made of sugar and spice and everything nice.
Oh, no, I'm using my swab. I'm doing my field test of, what was up in there. So, I'll report. Yes, strange presence of sulfur or brimstone inside the reliquary chamber. Don't know why that would be there.
That tracks with the devil dog and the dead Nephilim being let out.
While they're having this conversation, Ken and Elizabeth, you get a knock on your door.
Ooh.
And that's where we'll take a break?
Yeah, I think that's a good break spot.
Okay.
I mean, that's cool with you, narrator.
That's a cliffhanger.
I just
Gotta keep them on the toes.
The show format, we're gonna have a break.
It is about time. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we think? 5, 10, 15?
It'll be about 15 minutes because we got just what we're gonna do, or we always do, is we are going to sandwich the break video with ads just so that people are coming in after the break, don't have to sit through the pre-roll ads. So about a 15-minute break, and we'll be right back with y'all. Enjoy these messages from people who we do not directly endorse. We have no say on what ads go on this thing.
And queens loathed him for what he had been, a murderer of his own. Sorcerers know so few spells and cast them over and over again. Wizards laugh at their narrow list of magic, which they repeat when they're fighting a monster, and do the same magic over and o'er. Thus they are a constant bore for adventurers in a fight. So Morton lived lonely in a cave in a hill far from town. Nobody liked him, never came round, oh, he was depressed with spite. Then one day the goblins came, numbering near 2,000 strong. They attacked the town near Morton's cave, but nobody asked him to join the throng. The wizards weren't ready, their list of spells was...
Hello there, adventurers. It's your old pal Lenny here to tell you about some exciting news. As we come up on our 1-year streamiversary, we've had many comments from our audience saying, "This game looks like so much fun. I'd love to play with you guys." Well, now you have not just one, but 2 opportunities to do so. The first way is to simply go over to our Patreon page and sign up at the hero level. That's $25 per month. In addition to other fun perks you'll get, you'll also have the opportunity each month to play in a special supporter game with Puck as the DM. But if you're thinking, no, I want Puck all to myself with my friends at the table, well, there's a way you can have that too. We're trying to reach our goal of raising $500 for Extra Life by the end of this year. So, until we meet that goal, anyone who donates $10 or more to Extra Life through our link down in the panels below will be entered into a raffle to win a private game with Puck as your DM. That's right, you and up to 4 of your friends can play in a game at Puck's table. You'll also have the option to be joined in-game by one of the Avalon Knights Academy players. This is for a great cause and a great opportunity for you and your friends to play in the world of the Avalon Knights Academy. Both the Patreon and Extra Life links can be found in the panels below, so check them out while we enjoy this video during the break.
Hi folks, today's video I'm going to share some tips on how you can become the most valuable player at your table. Okay, so what do I mean by MVP? Generally, it's just kind of, here are some great things that you can do to make sure that you're being a good player and also go maybe a little bit above and beyond and be that great player, that person that everybody wants to have at their table. So this is just purely from my opinion. I'm sure other people value different things at the table, and let me know what is on the list of your MVP qualities. So first of all, be on time. If you're gaming at a specific time, make sure you're there at least by that time, if not a little early, depending on where you're gaming. Like if it's at a game store where it's easy to be early and just kind of hang out, that's fine. If it's at somebody's house, you might double check and say, hey, are we starting game at 8, or is that when you'd like to have people start showing up? Because you don't want to be walking in and they're still like, I just got out of the shower, because you're 15 minutes early. But if they do appreciate having you there early, you know, to help set up, or they're like, no, we're starting at 8, but show up anywhere between 7:30 and 8, great. Now, if you're playing games online, check in, you know, if it's something that's being recorded especially, you want to make sure that you're there early so that if there's any connection issues with cameras or mics, you can get that solved before the game starts. And if it's not something that's being recorded, you probably still want to jump into whatever that like group chat is going to be a little bit early, just so that you can check all of that stuff, and sometimes, you know, depending on the group, it might be like, oh yeah, I logged in and I'm still getting ready, but that way I know everything's set and up. I can still be pulling out character sheet so that when 8 o'clock or whenever it is that your gaming rolls around, you can start rolling and start the game. This also goes into being prepared, showing up early, making sure you have everything that you're going to need to game, whether that's dice, character sheet, books, pen, pencil, snacks, just being prepared so that you're not being the person that everybody's waiting on to jump into the game night. And, you know, depending on your group, it might be a little bit more relaxed. It might be a little bit more like, yes, 8 o'clock on the dot, we're going, let's go. So gauge your group and kind of what's appropriate. But I like to personally know that, you know, especially if I'm going somewhere else to game, I like to have kind of all of my stuff together so it's easy to grab. I don't have to worry about getting there and realizing like, oh shoot, I forgot my dice. So having a kit together might be a good way of making sure you're prepped. Also, with being prepared, know your abilities and spells. This can be particularly difficult for some spellcasters like clerics that have the entire list of spells. But if you have like a go-to spell list, I've mentioned this in a few other videos. When I'm a spellcaster where I have to prepare spells every day, there's a certain set of spells that I kind of are my go-to. Okay, if I don't know what's going on, I'll have these 5 spells prepared, and then I can change it depending on what the situation is going to be. So I definitely know those spells really well. So that for those other spells, just take a moment before the game or before your turn on combat to read back over those spells just to refresh yourself on what the exact wording is, stuff like that. One thing I find super helpful is write down the page number next to those spells so that you can double check them. And then also that's really helpful if there's a moment where it's like, is the wording of that spell creature or person? If there's a question about how exactly a spell or ability works, also with abilities or feats or stuff like that, writing down the page number takes out a little bit of time of flipping through the book trying to find it. You know exactly which book it's in, especially if you're using multiple books. You know which book it's in, you know which page to go to, so that means that you can spend more time playing the game and less time looking up rules. Additionally, with the being prepared is be prepared for your turn during combat. Combat can be one thing that really slows down if people aren't paying attention to what other people are doing, as well as kind of planning ahead of what do you think that you want to do. Now, sometimes will be times where something happens that completely changes your plan, and you do need to say, hey, hold on a sec, I want to just double check this spell wording before I cast it. But if you have no idea what you're going to do and you're spending 10 minutes just figuring out on your turn what it is that you're going to do, that's really going to slow down combat. And I never want to be the person that's doing that, just because I know it just kind of puts a bit of a hold on the game. And if it's a major, like, oh my god, somebody might die if we don't come up with the right plan, obviously that might be a second to say, like, hold on a sec, I need to double check the wording on this before I cast this or before I use this ability. But generally, have a go-to thing that you do during combat. I find that helps a lot of, okay, if I don't know what it is that I am going to do, I have a ranged thing that is my go-to, and I have a melee thing that is my go-to. Or if I'm not at all a melee person, it's the disengage and run away. But having those like go-to spells, abilities, attacks, just makes it easier so that when it does come around to your turn, if you really have no idea what to do, you can just go to that default. And hey, that's probably what your character would do, because they're like, this is what I do normally. I don't have any other thing special to do that's going to help in this situation. Another great thing that you can do as a player is to find ways that you can help the GM. A lot of times, a lot of the responsibilities for games fall on the GM's shoulders, but everybody is part of the game and everybody contributes to the fun of the table. So if there are small things or not so small things that you can do to help maybe distribute some of that responsibility a little bit more evenly across all of the players or between a couple of players and the GM, that's going to probably make the GM's life a little bit better and make the table more fun for everybody. And that's kind of the point of this video, is that you can do a few small things that will make the table more fun. So you're going to have more fun, everybody else is going to have more fun. Specifically, don't just ask the GM, hey, is there anything I can help with? You can do that, but a way to maybe approach it a little bit better is to offer to help with specific things. First of all, you're offering something that you can do, like seeing, okay, if the scheduling always falls on the GM's shoulders, this is something that I feel like I can ask everybody what their availability is and keep a group calendar to see when we can meet. Offer that. Hey, can I help with scheduling? It might be bringing food or snacks or helping to set up the table as much as you can do without being like spoiler about what the encounter is going to be. Offering those specific things is going to mean that you know what it is you're offering, you're prepared, and you're not being asked to do something and going, oh shoot, I wasn't prepared to offer that. And then it also takes a little bit of stress off the GM, because then they don't have to think of like, okay, well, what do I need help with? They can either say, yeah, that's great, or no, I prefer to do that myself. All right, so those are some tips, some things you can do, in my opinion, to be the most valuable player at your table. Do you have any specific things that you always try and do, or things you've noticed that other players do that you really appreciate? Let me know all those down in the comments below. And obviously, like, people are going to have off days. Not everybody is always going to 100% be an MVP. These are just a few suggestions, things you can do to, you know, make sure that you're somebody that everybody wants to have at the table, and just to help up the fun for everyone. A big thanks to our patrons, especially Bryce. If you want to support our channel, you can head over to our Patreon page and check out the perks of being a patron. If you enjoyed this video, I hope you give it a like and share it with somebody else that would enjoy it. We make videos here every Tuesday and Thursday, but don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. All right, and I'll see you next time on Roll for Initiative. Bye! You can tell them, hey, here's the page number, bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom? What was that?
And we're live.
We're back.
And we're back.
We're back.
All right. Canon Elizabeth, you are lying in bed. Jessica is in the bed across the small cell from you, exhausted, lying down, fast asleep. And there is a tiny rap at your door.
Go away.
You wait. Time passes. You drift off to sleep. And are awoken again at some point in the night by a tiny rap at your door.
That's it. I'm going to get my gun now. I go get my gun and open the door. Bundled up in blankets like this.
From the time that you were a child, you had this concept of who your father might be. like many people who never knew their actual father, you kind of created this image in your head of what he might have been, or some sort of perfected image. Some sort of mighty king that would one day bring you back to be a princess, or some sort of childhood illusory perfection that you had since put away in some sort of back portion of your mind. But now in front of you stands that figure, dressed in Victorian regalia, just prim, proper gentleman. He smiles at you with a very cunning smile and says, "Well, now I can't take you home. But perhaps it's not so bad."
Who the hell are you? And it's rude to wake up a lady in the middle of the night.
Forgive me. Would you care to walk with me?
Around the
Draw
vicinity.
4 cards.
Alright, let's do this.
Draw the lowest one.
I'm just waiting for. I want to know if I hear any of this.
You gotta be wiped though. You did that ritual.
Yeah, I've spent 4 hours praying and chanting.
Oh, we're fucking across the yard. We're not gonna hear shit.
This is horrible. I'm just not getting lucky at all. Okay. I'm having some major deja vu. I mean, seriously, I am picking random cards. A 5, a 1, and a 4.
Okay.
And that's after you dropped the lowest.
Yeah.
Use your disposition for going on a moonlit stroll with this strange man.
This
With
is
my gun.
Social combat.
With my gun. Like, this is what he said, I'll take my gun.
For when social combat fails.
Choose a disposition from hostile to favorable.
Wait, what now?
Choose a disposition on your character sheet where it says dispositions, middle bottom.
Middle bottom. Okay.
It says dispositions. One side says hostile, and then it goes from hostile to guarded to indifferent to agreeable to favorable.
Yes.
Choose a disposition toward going on a moonlit stroll with a friendly conversation with a street gentleman.
Well, thank you so much.
I get to choose.
Yep.
You get to choose.
All right. Maggie. Well, it's in the middle of the night, so it's indifferent. I'll say indifferent right now.
That's generous.
Yeah, that's much better than what I thought it was going to be.
I was gonna
She
go
has-
with guarded.
She has a literal gun in her hand.
That's true. Indifferent does not mean gun in your hand.
I mean, I'm staying in the middle course.
Okay. Truth be told, whatever your disposition was, he would have made it indifferent anyway.
Okay. She's just a chilled character. She has an older brother that does a lot of shit, so it's just meh.
He is trying to convince you to leave your room and come for a stroll with him. He does not seem threatening. What are you trying to not be convinced, or are you trying to convince him of something?
More like I just want to hear him out before I make any.
Or you can
kind
just
So
go
you're
with him.
already
You don't have to do
convinced.
social combat.
All right,
By
Dad.
nature of drawing the gun, I assumed you didn't want to go.
Well, that's just a security thing. It's just like, oh, I was wrong. Bring out the gun.
What the message she's putting forward is,
Are you just going to go?
I also might shoot you.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll go.
We don't need to do social combat in order to convince you to do something you're willing to do.
I can put this away?
Yeah, you don't need those. We're not going to fight this out. You're just going to willingly go with it. He
I make things easy.
Well, shit, I left Jessica alone with my sister and now she's gone.
I got a gun. It's okay.
Like, when you were little, it was a blanket. I suppose this is a much more practical way to keep yourself safe.
Yes. She has both a blanket and a gun.
You you're walking down the corridor, and there's actually a nun walking toward you. And it's almost as though the nun doesn't notice you for a second, and then she looks up and says, "Hey, you're not alive." And he just says, "Sleep, Dove." And she collapses to the ground.
Can you teach me that?
That's what a father's for.
Okay, then.
Listen, my original intent was to come here to take you home. Now, my way home has been barred. And it seems that I have to have a more permanent dwelling here, or else I will fade from existence.
This place is pretty nice. They have good drinks. That place over there has got pretty good pies.
I need you to believe in me, and I will believe in you. And I think that we could have a reasonably better relationship than perhaps when you were small. I realized that there were some strains on the way that I thought I was teaching you independence. Something about manacles and cold stone being inappropriate. I simply want a chance to start over, and I think I can help you in what you're doing. And I know that you can help me. So,
a catch.
What say you? Isn't it time we had a better relationship?
I'll be honest, I don't really remember you much, so you pretty much are starting fresh.
If that's what needs to be. But I remember you. I remember your giggles and your cries and your screams. All of it.
I think you
Like
got
it
the
was
wrong
yesterday.
person now.
Your mother would say that I took you away. I think I would say that I liberated you from an existence that was restricting your potential. Now, you've grown into such a lovely young woman, but there's still more that I could teach you. But
Look around when he says lovely young woman.
enough of that. Let me instead say this. You're in a predicament. It's obvious that you're in a clear amount of danger here. And your colleagues are ill-suited to deal with the situation. I could help you. You say the word.
So when my ally was in danger yesterday, you disappeared. That was definitely not a sign of helpfulness. In fact, you didn't even keep to your word and stayed when I actually went to go back and look for you.
I felt uncomfortable and outnumbered by the presence of your cadre. It's important for a young girl to have good friends that bring her to the fullest of her potential. I'm not exactly sure you're choosing well, but I realize I've been off of the scene for a while and I shouldn't be so judgmental. But suffice to say, I think I might make them uncomfortable.
You
But
come
you
here
didn't.
and you insult me now, and then you insult my judgment.
I'm simply stating that you may need help. And if you don't, that's fine. I'm a patient man. I am a man now. Look at this. He looks down at his body.
That's your first time.
In a permanent body? Yes. But I like it. This is your gift to me.
I'm sorry. Come again?
This is from your memories, your imagination.
No.
You can say.
How?
Perhaps it's not the right time.
Just how?
It is from your imagination. It is your idyllic father memory.
Oh, very.
Yes, and Melissa.
Yes, and.
It might be the
Oh
wrong,
my god.
but I'll tell you what. I'm a patient man. I will wait until you need me.
Why don't you just meet one of the people I meet? Basically, my half brother.
In time.
That's family.
Not by blood, not to me.
You should probably start earning my trust.
I'll earn your trust when the time comes. When you need me, and you will, you call. I like daddy, but what have you. I'll come, and I'll do what needs to be done.
Example.
You'll know. You'll know. Good night. He kisses your hand and then walks off.
Strange couple of days it's been. Does he disappear or does he actually like wander off in a direction?
Oh no, he physically walks.
He's physical. He's just all right. I'm gonna call out Daddy someday soon. All right. I guess. Oh, shit. Now I'm curious. Where do you plan on staying? I call out. Fuck.
I haven't decided yet. I'm told there's a tavern in town. Sleeping.
Yeah.
I
We'll
came
need
to
it.
bring you home with me. It looks like I'm going home with you. I'll see you soon. He turns a corner.
Huh. I guess I go back.
Everyone wakes up in the morning. Unless you're waking up your brother.
Oh, good. That's a relief.
Yeah, I go do that.
Oh, God. I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack.
With my gun still in hand. I go and I guess I knock on the door.
Robin, you
open
gonna
it.
knock at the door?
Is it open? Or what?
First thing I do is make sure that Nathan is still in the room.
He's
and
there.
that it's not him leaving in the middle of the night and coming back.
No, Nathan is there.
All
And
right.
Nathan can choose or not to wake up to this if according to whatever you're doing.
Who is it?
It's me, you bloke.
Nathan is a light sleeper. He's probably going to, or outside of his home, he's a light sleeper. When he's not hidden in his own bed, he finds it very difficult to sleep. So he probably wakes up to this, but he doesn't move at all. He's going to pretend to stay asleep.
All right. I go up to the door, confirm that it's Maggie, and I'll step outside and close it gingerly behind myself. Mags, why are you getting me out of bed this late at night? What's up?
I wrapped the blanket I was carrying around me a little tighter. I met him again.
The fella with the leaves?
Yeah, but no leaves no more. He looks like one of us now. Human.
Wonder where he got the suit.
Says he's going to be staying at a tavern, though. Somewhere.
Oh, good. So he's just hanging around.
Hanging around until I call for them. Apparently, if we're in trouble, he can do something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course, there's a catch.
Of course there is.
Of course.
You say what the catch is?
Not in detail.
They say who he was?
Says he was my dad.
Oh, that don't check out. Didn't I always tell you?
Hmm?
When it comes to family, favors ain't got no cost. You look out for your family. He wants you to do something and he wants to charge you for it. Don't sound like no family to me.
Aye, that does sound like business talk, doesn't it?
Sure do.
Well, all right. I guess I don't call for him then.
Not unless we got no other option, I'd say.
Or if you want to go talk to him yourself, that's happen.
I don't know if that'd be a great idea, sis.
But if he comes stalking over me every time,
Well, next time he comes stalking over you, then maybe I'll have a few words. But you know me. I ain't exactly a social fella. People don't always get me.
that's okay. And I put up my gun. I'm not
Yeah.
very good at the social talking either.
Yeah, see? You and I, we're not so different.
Aye. Well then. Sorry to disturb you from your sleep.
No problem. Thanks for telling me about that. And you be careful. He comes around again. You let me know.
Yeah. He seems to disappear anytime I bring along anyone else. Was curious.
Yeah, a lot of this don't sit well with me.
Nah, after that talk, don't sit too well either.
Nathaniel, are you privy to this conversation?
They said they went. He said he shut the door outside, and so if they're talking
Okay.
softly, unless I can hear through the door.
All right. For pacing purposes, it is evening. It is morning, the third day. It is the day before Harvest Day. You promised Sir Alexander that you would have this matter secured by the end of today.
That's true, I did. We lost a whole day sealing up the holes that we shattered in reality. All right, so
I say that's more important.
well, yeah, it is. But next job, let's put it like Mike's. Could you put it in your notebook? Next job, don't shatter reality. It sets us a day behind.
We do have an
noted.
invitation to speak with the afflicted sister once again.
Yes, we do.
Jessica, as soon as she wakes up, she's going to talk to Amelie.
All right, finally, somebody.
Yeah, that's where. Okay, you two go talk to Amelie. After that, see if you can ask around town. Mags and I got some business to take care of.
I would really like to speak with
I
Julia.
think Nathaniel really wants to talk to Julie.
Okay.
Amelie is a stable girl.
Oh, right. That's the other way around.
Yeah.
All
The
right,
one that's
let's-
obviously Faye.
Right. Let's talk. Let's talk to Julia. And does Jessica tell us where she's going, or does she just take off?
I guess that depends on if Maggie is in the room when she wakes up or not. If she wakes
In
up
the
and
morning,
nobody's
yeah, I
there,
would assume.
I was kind of the assumption that we were in a group chat right now. But all right.
Sticking around until breakfast, right?
I'm
Okay.
in the room with you when we wake up.
Okay. Yeah, then she would wake up and she would. I think I need to go talk to the stable girl, Amelie, and then just.
All right.
I don't think anyone's standing in the way of this.
No, I'm not even there to stand in the way of it. So,
And
Alright,
she's kind of like, join me if you wish, as she just leaves.
Who's going to the stables? Jessica
guess-
and
I can attend after the talk with Nathaniel and
Yeah,
My book.
if she's going to the
Wrong.
stables, I'll send you to keep an eye on her, and I'll go with Nathaniel.
You don't have
And
to
where
send
are
me.
you
I'm
going?
sending myself anyways. No,
Fine. I say, as it is your idea, go keep an eye on her. That is absolutely correct, dear sister. Please go look after Jessica.
Yes.
Just like a Witchfinder star, to think he has more authority than a Witchfinder can.
That's 90% of what I do. Is think I have more authority than I do.
So Robin
what you're
and Nathaniel are going to visit Sister Julia,
So I'm not gonna-
and Jessica and Elizabeth are going to town.
We going to town.
Okay.
I really feel that a comforting animal might help her focus more, but maybe we should assess her situation before we go to that effort.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Have a little animal friend.
It was
You have a pet growing up.
there was a cat that came upon me at one point when I was in need of comfort, and it did serve quite well to help me focus out extraneous stimuli.
How about that? I was always a bit of a dog man myself. But
The energy of a dog might be a bit much.
no,
for the
it might be.
situation.
No, I agree with you. We'll go with that. We ought to have like a team mascot or something. I'll work that out later. Let's go talk.
You knock on Julia's door, and there is no answer.
Oh shit! Oh no, wait, no, that's normal.
I'll look about. Is there anyone in the hall?
She wasn't exactly talkative last time we seen her. Maybe we ought to let ourselves in.
I don't see why not. And I'm simply going to open the door and walk in.
You open the door. The monastic cells actually don't have locks, so
No.
Yeah.
only the guest rooms. So you can just walk right in.
Yep.
There
I
is
do that.
nobody here.
What's up? It's your boys.
Going to assess, does anything look out of order, as if there, I mean, if there was no one guarding her, no reason she couldn't have just left on her own. But does it look like?
What?
Did she mess up the place on her way out?
Flag down the nearest sister that I can.
People are heading to breakfast after matins, so you flag someone down.
Oh, what happened to Julia? She's not in her room.
She wasn't at matins this morning. I'm sure she's there.
No, we're empty unless she suddenly developed the power to become invisible.
Has no one been watching her, caring for her?
Well, Sister Abigail was staying in the room with her.
And has anyone seen Sister Abigail since last night?
No, she wasn't at matins either. I just assumed that they'd stayed in the room. They weren't at Compline either.
I'm sure everything is quite fine. Quite fine. Yes.
We need to
Master
tell
Witchfinder.
We need to tell Miss Mother Serafina about this immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
You should probably very much do that.
She scurries off very quickly.
As soon as she's out of earshot, I'm gonna be like, yes, Robin, I had a discussion with Sister Serafina last night. She is under the impression that Sister Julia has a similar affliction as myself, or awareness, I guess. She called it a gift from the clockmaker. She may have taken her to a sensitive place in order to gather more information or possibly perform some sort of misguided ritual. I don't know. She might be at the cold place, I think, is where I'm trying to go with this.
Yeah. She might be, unless we've got any better ideas, but we better go check.
Or she might be far, far away from this. I don't know if this information got to Sister Abigail. My conversation was with Sister Serafina.
Well, if it turns out that's the sisters on this, I need you to do me a favor. You can't tell Jessica. And then he goes.
Wait, Master Witchfinder, before you go, one
Yeah.
other thing I'd like to do we? Well, actually, I suppose I'm the one to answer this question, aren't I? Do we know that this isn't an entire town of Nephilim?
Do you know this is not an entire town of Nephilim?
I'm asking Robin, but sure, if you want to answer.
Oh,
Feels like it's the kind of thing we would have noticed.
Well, I mean, their distaste for the nuns of the convent, the local proximity to a place where an attempted Nephilim genocide was apparently carried out. Do we know that these are not the same population?
I don't know for sure, but I feel like we would. If we was in a town full of Nephilim and we couldn't pick it out, we cannot let that get back to headquarters.
usually there would be
I'm
several
telling you.
channels. For an entire population of Nephilim to be human in appearance with no
Right?
talent,
I was
it'd
thinking
be
that.
very
Oh my
difficult.
God.
that would be.
You'd have to
you
be
would have to have,
so neutral.
I was gonna say if that gets out, we're done. Our careers are over.
Well, all hypotheses must be explored.
These are the guys that went to the Nephilim town. They're like, nothing wrong here. Right.
Where
We gotta go find Julia. So we're gonna go on a hunt.
Yep.
Are you searching the room before you leave, or are you just going?
Well,
I mean, unless he demands that I leave, I'm looking around. But
I'm not demanding anything. I'm just like, fuck, we gotta find this girl.
obviously, I'm gonna investigate as much as possible.
Go investigate.
Does it say? Yeah. So does it look all like flipped around? Is there any sign of distress or a struggle?
Focus and investigation.
Focus is a solid 3, and investigation is only a 1, giving me a 3. And what is the difficulty?
It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of sign of struggle, but you do notice a blood splatter on the wall. It looks like it was tried to be wiped off. When you throw the comforter off of Sister Abigail's bed, you notice that there is a deep red stain on the mattress.
Given the approximate height of Sister Julia, I'm going to assume was the one sleeping in the bed, what part of the body would this align with?
Well, it's not Sister Julia's bed.
Oh, it's not? Okay. Sister Abigail's bed.
It's Sister Abigail's bed.
So, I've met Sister Abigail, right?
You did last night, actually.
Yes. So I could eyeball her approximate height.
Pretty sure.
Oh wait, that was the young one was Sister Abigail. Oh, okay. So on a short person like that, where would this blood spot be?
The stain in the mattress?
Yeah.
Or the splatter on the wall?
On the mattress.
What was your success?
What was the difficulty? I came out to a 3.
I'm just gonna give you information based on your DOS.
Okay. Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So it was a 3. If the DOS was, or if the difficulty is 0, is that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna give you a DOS difficulty 0 and give you information based on how well you did.
Okay, 3.
It's difficult to say. Somewhere in the chest cavity.
Okay. Is it centralized towards the center of the bed, or more kind of like it pulled in from the sides?
The center from the bed. But I mean, it doesn't come, there's no cut in the comforter.
And then on the wall, about how high up was it? this smear. I know it's smeared
Yeah.
around now.
I mean, DOS of 3, you haven't seen this sort of thing too terribly much before, but I mean, it's possible this is just the splatter from a chest stab. But I mean, either way, this was an assault while someone was lying down.
Yes. Fluid dynamics, not my specialty. Yeah, so anything else of note?
Robin, in the background, you're like looking at this bed, whom you know is of a 14-year-old girl. He like throws the bed sheet up and it is covered in blood, and the scent like wafts out of the room all of a sudden. And he is like meticulously looking at the fabric, and you are horrified.
Yeah, it's. So, I think this is maybe something that we could play with later, because we go find this girl now.
Well, you either won't have to look far or shouldn't bother looking at all. I think this girl, one of these girls, likely the smaller one, was stabbed, but not through the bedding. So not necessarily in her sleep.
Let's just go find him. All right, let's go find him, and we can come back and let's go track him down.
I will close the door behind me, and with a piece of chalk. If I have normal chalk, use that. If I don't, I'll use some of the chemical chalk just to write crime scene, do not enter.
That's good. That's
By
good.
order of Witchfinder.
Perfect.
Door.
I love it.
Okay.
And I'm grabbing him, and we're going out looking for these girls. He thought they'd be in the cold spot, so that's the first place we're going.
I'm really
You are going in that direction. Meanwhile, the other two characters are traveling into town. You arrive at the Fat Friar, which is the tavern with the stable, where Amelie works.
Jessica will go straight to the stables, I guess.
Okay.
Follow.
It's the morning. Amelie's in there shoveling them out. She's putting out morning food and cleaning and.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of walk in and get to the point to where, like, she notices that I'm there. I'm gonna kind of say, when you've finished and you have a moment, we'd like to talk to you.
She startles a little and is. Oh, you're not in Witchfinder leathers.
No, she is.
Maggie is. I'm not.
She kind of turns.
You know, I'm a little parched. I think I'm gonna go get a drink. Give her a moment since you look uncomfortable with me.
You're also visibly changeling, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
So she's a little less not okay with you. She's a little. I mean, she knows that you're here with the Witchfinder, so she's a little reticent. But she kind of wanders over. She just drops everything that she's doing.
Whatever's
What do
most
you-
comfortable for her.
Yeah, right.
I'll leave. I'll stay.
I did give her that money.
Did do that. We don't know about that. You said.
What do you want?
Yeah, that's true.
And I'll kind of look at Maggie, and I'll kind of say, we want to talk about everything that happened with Sister Julia.
Oh, Papa said that you might be coming to ask about that.
Yeah. Is there anywhere we can sit? Are there any, like, bales of hay anywhere that, or there's, like...
She scurries over and offers you a stool.
Is there just one?
Probably just one, actually.
Oh, well then I
for
won't
grooming,
sit
yeah.
unless we're all sitting. I'll say that's okay. We just want. First, can you tell us your version of what happened when you found her and events leading up to that?
Oh, Sister Julia was in the back, the stable in the back. She'd been there for quite some time, I think. I don't really know. There weren't a whole lot of horses at that point in time. Usually the people that come in for the fair don't stable with us. They maintain their own as there's not enough space for everyone's, and the people that were staying usually are toward the front. I didn't notice her until almost the end of the day, and by that time she was talking about being hungry. That's what made me notice her. She was having a conversation, but there was nobody there. It was a little strange, but she was kind, and Papa told me to help people when they're in need, that it's a good thing to do. So I brought her some food, and eventually I told her that she could stay in one of the rooms. But when I brought her inside, Papa called the landlord, and they arrested her.
And in her talk, you said she was kind, and was she calm at that point? Did she seem distraught in any way?
She was scared, but I think she was more scared of what she'd done and scared of being punished for it. She didn't seem crazy. She didn't talk quite right, but she wasn't angry or violent.
Can you show us where exactly she was doing the talking to herself scenario?
Sure. She pops up excitedly and kind of tilts her head for you to follow and takes you to the back of the stables. You do notice that in the morning, when you're standing here and the sun comes up, it does cast across in the eve of the architecture. The sun casts the shadow of that cross onto the stable. It looks like it would move across for quite some time before it disappeared.
And she was sitting in the cross, in the shadow of the cross?
Amelie looks as though she hadn't really noticed the cross.
Oh.
Yes? Over here, somewhere. I guess.
Take a walk around in that area.
And while she's doing that, I'm gonna kind of switch on Amelie. I'm gonna say, did you have you seen anything strange over the last few weeks since things have kind of been happening?
No. I don't know. New fellow came into town today. That's odd. Just because, it's not a market day. Not till tomorrow. So it's a little strange for somebody to come into town. It's not season, so there's no reason to go to London. So.
Who is this man? What did he look like?
Tall man. Handsome chap. Didn't come with any luggage, though. That's the odd thing about it.
Yeah, that does seem odd. Why would you travel without luggage?
I only remember because he showed up without a horse.
No
was
luggage
the-
and no
no.
horse?
That was the real strange thing about it. But I mean, I don't know. People walk. You're asking me. I'm telling you everything I know.
Did he talk odd, or do he seem like he was from somewhere else? Like maybe the Americas or anything?
He spoke like he's from England. He dressed like he's from England. Dressed like a nobleman, which is all the more strange having shown up without a horse or a carriage.
I will agree with you on that. And to show up on a non-market day when there's already strange things going on in town. Seems odd.
Don't really have all that much more to say.
You didn't happen to get a name of the man, did you, or overhear a name?
He would have written his name in the registry at the front desk.
I'll be sure to look there. Did your father talk to him, I imagine?
Would have had to get a room.
I'll be sure to ask him. Anything else, Maggie?
Do I sense anything or see anything? Walking around the
No,
area?
I mean, it's pretty much exactly what she said. There's nothing mystical going on here other than the fact that there is clearly a cross on the floor.
Can I go stomp my foot where the crust of the floor is?
That's just a shadow. I mean, it serves the purposes, but
Well, nothing odd around here.
Not necessarily.
Come again?
Appears there was a new man that arrived in town today.
Another one.
No horse. Another one.
Well, continue first and I'll show mine.
No horse, no luggage, dressed like a nobleman. It's not a market day. I'm gonna go ask Jack.
You wander in. Jack is kind of setting things up for the morning. Couple of well, it's actually pretty empty. It's not a market day. There's no reason for a whole lot of people to be staying here, so it's empty except for Jack. He's just kind of putting glasses back on shelves and setting things up.
Okay. I'll
He
walk
turned-
in. Good morning.
Mr. Switchfinder? Milady? How can I help you?
Well, we were speaking to Amelie about what happened when she found Sister Julia. Trying to get some more information on that. And she mentioned that there was a new man that came into town today. And she said she was mentioning how odd it is since it's not a market day. He had no horse, no luggage.
Odd people come through from time to time. It's not really that big of a deal. Some people dress above their station. I'd be highly doubtful that that's really a nobleman. He kind of looks over his shoulder to make sure no one's listening as he says that.
Did you happen to get the man's name?
He walks over to the furthest part of the table, there's a little register, and flips it open and kind of pushes it toward you. Scrawled in the ink is the name Rowne.
Is that the most recent entry?
It's dated today. Well, yesterday.
Okay. And this was the tall man dressed like a nobleman with no luggage?
Came in at a frightfully late hour. Woke me up to get him checked in.
That is so odd. Who travels with no luggage, no horse? I don't know. And it just seems like such an odd time to come to town.
Paid in
Right.
cash. Noblemen also usually don't like to dirty their hands, so to speak.
Oh, really? He was what?
Paid in cash.
Oh. That's odd.
He holds out, paid for a sizable time period. What he's holding in his hands are actually little bits of pine cone. Should keep us running for quite some time, though. So maybe perhaps it's lucky that he stopped by.
What?
Your dad's an asshole.
What? But I can see that it's not money, right? Like Jessica can see.
He's holding it as though it's money. You see that it's little bits of pine cone.
Perhaps the currency here has changed.
Jack, what is it you think you're holding?
It's the moment you ask him, he looks down again. Wait. He like fumbles through his pockets. Obviously, that's not. Do you have any other questions?
I think you may have been gypped. I think you need to.
The man didn't hand me pine cones. That's just what was in my pocket. It was the middle of the night. I just need to find out where I misplaced things. Do you have any questions? I need to make sure all things are in order.
Maggie, do you have anything?
What room is he staying?
First room at the top. It's the only room on the first flight.
Have you seen him gone out anywhere since he came checked in?
No, I haven't seen him since last night.
Okay. Well, look, I have to say this. Robin's the cannon, right? No, he's the star.
He's the star.
Okay.
I'm the cannon.
She's gonna say, well, Robin, that star, the wonderful man that he is, if you have been gypped, I'm sure that he will fully refund you anything based on this crime. And then she's
Maggie doesn't say anything.
And I am going to kind of wait and see what Maggie's doing, because she asked what room. I didn't care what room he was staying in.
Jack is kind of partially paying attention to you at this point as he's like opening drawers.
Was there anybody else on your list besides Amelia?
Amelie is her name.
Amelie. Potato.
She's a person, not a potato. And I'm gonna say, no, not that I can think of. Pretty much anyone else I would want to talk to is either at the farm of Sir Darty or at the convent.
Wait, did we get the name of the other fella that's supposed to be that checked in a couple days earlier when Sister Julia was going crazy?
Was there someone new at that time?
That's what Amelia said, like someone not the one that checked in last night, but a few days earlier checked in as well, is what she said, right?
Did she? I don't
know.
I feel
That's-
like
I know.
Not what I meant to say.
Oh, my bad.
I didn't get
ignore
that.
Ignore me. I'm making shit up.
Don't mind me, I'm completely mad.
I mean, the registry's right there. So if Maggie wants to look through it, I feel like Jack's a little preoccupied. So
No, there's nobody since last market day.
All right.
I'm gonna give you guys a second to figure out what you're doing while I go back to the boys. How are you going about it?
boys? Fuck. We got no idea where she is, right? We've got no clues. Nothing to go off. We're going to the cold place. Let's check.
Are there any drops of blood in the hallway on our way out?
Focus in investigation or focus in survival?
I've got no survival skills, so I'll go investigation.
Robin, you can also make this test.
I will
Focus and investigation will give me
try.
a base of 4 plus a 3 gives me a 7.
I'll try focus and investigation because I've got a 5 plus a 4 is 9.
That'll work. It's a DOS of 6 for the difficulty 3. He's going the wrong way, basically. He's looking at the kind of rough carpet in this portion of the hallway, and you're like, wait. And you kind of turn and you see little speckles of blood.
Ah. Oh, found your blood. It's this way. Nate, we got a trail. Don't
Looks
follow
like-
the blood.
Covered his tracks as well as someone who had no idea what they were doing would do.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm going to keep following that trail of blood.
Once you get outside, it gets harder to follow.
Of course. Does it go in a particular direction?
It does not go toward the cold place, actually. It goes straight down the hill in the opposite direction.
Towards town?
Once you hit the underbrush, it becomes an almost impossible trail to follow. Actually, DOS 6, you can pretty much keep following it if you keep going.
Oh, good. Keep following. I'm a bloodhound.
DOS 6 is pretty good.
Yeah.
You kind of trample through the forest, and at this point in time, did you use survival or investigation?
I used investigation.
Okay. You notice like a couple of signs of passage at this point. Some maybe even some signs of struggle.
Okay.
And then eventually, maybe 20 or 30 yards into the underbrush, you find the body of Sister Abigail. She is covered in blood and just lying there on the ground.
Oh, that's not good.
Signs of motion and struggling through the underbrush continue onward.
I'm going to move forward and investigate and see if there's any wounds more than what was expected based on what I found in the room.
No, there's a knife wound right through the heart. She was dead long before she got here.
Why was she abandoned at this point? I say to Robin.
I'm sorry?
I'm to Robin. Yeah, I'm just like, why would she have been abandoned at this point?
Good a place as any to drop a body.
But whatever was going on continued, and I don't think we can be certain that the perpetrator here was Sister
Is
Julia.
my
There could be
investigation good enough to determine whether there's just one person continuing down this path or if there's more than one?
Well, I mean, there's signs of struggle that you've come across, and
Yeah.
you can't struggle with yourself.
There's
Yeah.
a struggle here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
To further your paranoia, they are going down the hill, which takes you to the middle of a crop field. If you continue to go in the same direction, you go to the Alexander home.
You should have let me shoot that boy.
I would like to remind you that I had no part in that decision making.
That's right. Let's keep going. Well, can you put up a marker or something for the body?
No.
All right,
yes. I mean, I'll draw some X's on the nearby trees and chalk.
Yeah, sure, that works. Let's go.
It's really expensive rock.
I would like to remind you that yes, this chalk is quite resource intensive. This isn't simply. I mean, if we're going to be doing a lot of this marking of things,
All right. Well, I'll put in the notebook that we need like extra chalk. All right.
Please, yes.
Extra chalk.
A chunk of limestone would be sufficient. Even
limestone. Well, okay.
Just really anything.
We need to keep walking, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I just want you to understand that the components involved in producing this chalk are expensive.
I'm sorry for using your components. Let's go. There's a murder, and I got to shoot a boy.
You follow the trail as best you can, and like as the underbrush gets thicker, you get a little bit of a sign, but then it becomes difficult to know what is following this trail and what is following an animal or something. You kind of stumble out of the underbrush into the place at the bottom of the hill, where as soon as the land gets flat, it is used to plant crops.
Okay.
But you are basically, remember when you first came into the valley, I said there were two major hills.
Yeah.
One is the Alexander home and one is the monastery. You are basically in the small valley between the two. The interesting thing about this particular place, if you remember in the opening scroll, there was a brief period of time where there was a silver mine that brought some money into the town.
Yeah.
Well, there are two mines here at the bottom of the hill. One goes into one hill and one goes into the other. And the mine shafts look in disuse for quite some time.
Okay.
But it looks like one of them goes under the monastery and one of them goes under the Alexander home.
And I'm assuming this field is cut down, harvested, because we're in the harvest time.
Portions of it are.
Festivals tomorrow, but there are still some parts. So this isn't just like a look at the ground. As far as you can see, there's some crops in the way.
Yeah. The wheat has not been harvested yet. So a lot of the fields for raising hay and things are still standing.
Okay.
Cool. Right, Nate, what does your intuition tell you? Is he in the mine or is he in the house?
Well, I'm gonna look around. I don't.
Focus on investigation, focus on survival. The difficulty is 3.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna investigate. So focus and investigation gives me a base of 4 plus a 4. That gives me a DOS of 5. If the difficulty was 3.
8 minus, yes, it does. You can track some footprints. One of the interesting things that you find is, in addition to these rather swank footprints, now that they're on flat ground, you realize that they are the footprints from the previous night, are walking into the mine underneath the Alexander home, but so are more animals than you think should be going into a mine. There are dog prints and stag prints and some animals that you don't even recognize since you're using investigation rather than survival. There's a lot of foot traffic into this mine.
There's no sort of cloven-hooved animal I know of that makes its home in a cave, though I'm not a naturalist. I'm sure there are many I don't know of. Point is, this is the things, the deer and the dog and the wolf, the deer and the wolf working together. I think that's happening here.
Right. So the mine then?
Yes, in the mine, possibly not by ourselves.
Nate. Shorter. Into the mine.
I think we need the rest of our team.
We don't have time. She may still be alive. If we wait, she's going to be dead. Let's go.
All right. And I will follow in.
All right.
The footprints are cleaner once you get off the grass. But once you step in, you realize that there are footprints in, there are footprints out, there are footprints, pacing back and forth. I mean, this particular boot print is coming in and out of here quite a lot. And once you get into the mine where it's not weathered, you realize that there's a lot of foot traffic here. I mean, like, it's been used for quite some time.
Perhaps he's not in here right now. We can't be certain. Is it wise to spend all of our time investigating this one mine shaft when there's a whole field?
If he's got that girl, how long you give her before he...
I mean, if his intention is to kill her, I don't see how we would be able to intervene at this moment. I would assume it's done. He must have some other use for her. Otherwise, it would have been done in the field.
While you guys are just into the mine, I want to go back to the girls and see
Okay.
what you guys are doing with your information.
Quick question. Sorry. When you were getting description of the guy, was it the same description from the guy I saw last night?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
And Jessica has already.
I love how you're
Jessica's-
just refusing to accept this is your father.
Jessica,
Like, if you wanted, I'm sorry, Zeke, if you wanted that deep felt like Jodie Foster contact moment, you picked the wrong character for that.
Are
yeah.
you kidding me? Did you listen to her? He's like, I gave you a pet and you shot it. You make me sick. I remember the sounds of your giggles and your cries and your screams.
Jessica, would it be fair
Not
to
a
say?
good parental figure.
Would it be fair to say that Jessica already knows it's a fae at the very least because of the money pine cone situation?
Oh yeah.
I felt like that was fair. I just wanted to verify that.
Fae folk will often travel at weird times and in weird places, but since Fae folk they try to stay under the radar, which is really impossible since they don't follow human rules or behaviors.
Yeah.
But most Fae folk are not harmful, point of fact. Most Fae folk are just kind of mischievous and you just leave them alone.
Yeah. Well, she's this guy. She gypped this guy of his money, so it's kind of a. And he came into town when all this crap is happening. So
Just really bad timing
Yeah.
or coincidence.
As far as what to do next, Jessica's kind of looking at Maggie. She's like, I'm the investigator. I did my bit. I talked to the people.
Right. Well.
Where are you going?
What do you want to do, Maggie?
Let's go to his room. I can't think of anything else at the moment.
The strange man?
Do you have any suggestions?
I mean, look, I know he's clearly Fae.
Hmm.
He came into town at a weird time. I don't know that it's related to anything. We still haven't looked at that circle, or we can go back to the. I mean, I don't. Like I said, everyone else that we need to talk to is either at Sir Darty's place or at the convent.
Curious, did Nathaniel ever told us that he was hearing voices at that thing or no? Were we told that?
I definitely told Robin. I believe he implied and shared.
Okay.
It was the
I don't
reason
know,
we
was-
didn't go in.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he
I
told
know.
us that Robin told us that it was giving Nathaniel fits.
Right. Okay, so I'm
Which,
going somewhere
after
with this.
traveling with me, you would know what this means.
Yeah.
Are you going into the room?
Okay. I mean,
Well, you said you were.
I
I'm just
mean,
kidding.
I just wanted to check for something. Like, do you think the crazy lady was also hearing things similar to Nathaniel, and we just need to relocate her somewhere else where she won't hear the noises?
Well, it's not a woman; it's a man.
Man. Okay. Forgetting
I
her
think-
name. That the woman
Wait,
we talked
who are
to.
you talking
Wait,
about?
she's talking about
It's-
Julia, I think.
she's talking
Julia,
about
yeah.
Julia.
Julia was hearing things. And it was just kind of similar to what happened with Nathaniel, where he was hearing things too.
I mean, I don't know.
No? Okay.
I don't know. Jessica doesn't know. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Jessica doesn't know. So,
I'm looking at
What-
Zeke's face.
what are we doing?
I'd like to try to see if we can relocate her, actually. No?
Gotta-
Okay. No, don't do that.
Do you not realize that we're looking for her right now?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
but they don't know that. As far as they know, she's back in the room with us having
Yeah.
a top
Well, that's what,
chat.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're talking to her. Look, they're talking to her. Again, they can talk to the people at the convent. We've talked to Amelie. The only other place that we have not been in any of this is Sir Darty's. Like, I've checked the other. Look, I have, and she shows you. There's a checklist places.
I'm so sorry I'm bad at this. I'm so sorry.
It's like, I know, I have a list.
The
Let's
coal
go do
place
that.
is checked off, and the convent is checked off, and Amelie is now checked off. She does it in front of you. She says, and like,
If there's something that hasn't been checked off yet, we can go do that. But if not, then
and there's a big one at the bottom that says "measure the circle," and it's like underlined like 3 times.
we'll go
I'm
do that.
measuring that circle. Don't worry.
We'll go do that.
All right.
So-
So you're going to the Doherty house,
Yes.
or are you going to the circle?
The dog. Well, is it?
The circle is on the way. If
Okay.
you don't go by the road.
Okay, then yeah, we'll go to the
Okay.
circle and then the Doherty house.
This is going to make it so that you notice Nathaniel and Robin outside the mine, going into the mine.
Oh. But I want to measure the circle.
They're going into that mysterious mine. Maybe we should go help them. Jessica, fuck them.
Okay, but so when we get, so do we get to the circle first, or do we see them before we get there?
It would be before you got there.
Okay. Jessica would be like, what are they doing?
Do they look like they're in a panic, or are they just casually walking?
It looks like they're investigating.
It looks like they're
Staring
doing
at
their
the
job.
ground.
It's what they're doing.
I would be gun out at this point since I know that we're looking for somebody.
How
I'm a
far
bit
away are
fidgety,
they?
and he's clearly trying to convince me that we need to go in there.
I guess it depends on like how far away are they from
Yeah.
us when we first.
Well,
see them?
you're going to see them from a good 60 or 80 feet off.
So I feel like knowing these two as you do, you would be able to look at this and be like, "Oh, this is go time. Something's happening." There's Robin trying to convince Nathaniel to go into a dangerous
I imagine
place.
it's a thing.
Something's
It's
going
a
down.
thing where they're like, Robin's standing here doing this, and Nathaniel's like, well, and he's just like this, and then Nathaniel's like this.
Oh, we caught him at that time. so-
Fred is trying to convince Shaggy to go into this spooky mine. It's like,
See Robin like,
There's Scooby snacks in there.
All right, we
So,
can go
yeah.
and check on them.
What should we just let them argue?
Seems like a typical thing that they do, doesn't it?
And then right about that time, they start walking into the mine.
to
It seems
presumably
like common behavior.
What are they doing? They're
Okay,
moving.
so now they're going into the mine. Are you following them or not?
Jessica is feeling upset.
Fine, we'll go.
Fine.
he's upset because
The
she
bridge
knows
is made
in
of
her
rope,
heart,
and you have an axe.
We go meet up with them.
she's upset because she knows in her heart that Robin's right and she doesn't want to be around.
Yes. Exactly what it is. No, that's Sarah. That's I don't want to have to role play that.
Right, so
We're grouping with them.
you are going to the cave?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're
If
inside.
they start to go inside, yeah.
Okay.
TPK. TPK.
It takes you a while to catch up with them. You kind of scurry about. They're kind of going slowly and steadily. So you kind of have to enter the cave to get up with them. And Nathaniel and Robin, you notice them approaching the moment they enter the cave. They're a good 20 feet behind you at that point. The
my
cave seems
tape.
to go on for, well, you have to take out your Witchfinder lamps. It goes on for a ways.
All right. I'm
You
gonna keep pressing on. In Robin's mind, every minute we wait, this girl is being tortured or something bad is happening to her. So he's got no time for this.
I'm just cane sword
Jessica
out.
doesn't know that, so she's like, "What's happening?"
Oh no, until we catch up.
And
So,
he-
walk faster.
He wants to holler back, but at the same time, he knows if he does, whoever else is in here is going to hear them. And right now, we kind of have the element of surprise.
Yeah, oh, so okay.
They're not answering me.
The probably about 50 or 60 feet in, part of the wall of the tunnel. And there are parts of the tunnel that are not particularly well kept. I mean, there's a little bit of cave in. You can make it through, but it's obviously this has been abandoned for quite some time. But about 50 or 60 feet in, you find a wall of kind of flimsy board that goes along the side of the cave, and it looks like several of the boards have been broken at the bottom. And there's motion, footprints, and kind of slide prints going under the fencing.
All right, let's pull open some boards and go underneath.
Well, it's broken, so you can make your own hole or use the hole that's already there.
I give them some kicks to kind of widen it, and then I go get down and dirty, Nate. And then I climb under.
What you find is a root cellar, a very large root cellar with stairs that go up. There are 2 additional rooms that are kind of sectioned off. It looks like the basement of this house actually adjoined the mine, and this wall was put here to separate it.
What do you suppose? All right, well, I'm noticing this, and I said to Nate, what do you suppose this connects to the convent on the other mine?
To the convent? Why would it connect to the convent?
Because this one connects to the Sir's house. And the other one's underneath the convent.
Well, if he knew of that, why would he go through the woods and down the valley and into this mine? Why wouldn't he just, if there was a direct passage from this to the convent?
Maybe it was harder to get in there with 2 hostages. All right, keep going. We're in the root cellar. There's 2 rooms.
Okay.
If they stopped to have that conversation, would that have given us enough time to catch up?
Yes. You are all together.
Okay.
Are you entering the root cellar with them?
Yeah, I'll once they arrive, I'll give them an update and say, all right, so we're looking for you.
Jessica, like, she laid like a piece of cloth down before she crawled under the...
It's very gingerly.
Nathaniel is silently shaming himself for not thinking of that.
and she kind of picks it up and kind of does one of these and like folds it and puts it back in her bag.
I'm glad you could join us at the party. One of the sisters is dead. And we're pretty sure we're on the trail of somebody who's got their hands on Julia and killed one of the sisters.
Wait, who's dead?
The child.
Who?
Sister Abigail.
Oh.
She was likely killed in the bed, hauled outside of the immediate vicinity of the convent before being dumped.
All right, and she pulls her parasol out at that point.
Weapons up.
Weapons out.
All right.
Nudge open the door on the left. These aren't particularly locked.
Yeah.
They're just kind of latched. You just kind of throw it up and throw it open. The one on the left is it's a pantry, like a larder where food is kept without refrigeration. It's uninteresting, and you flip to the other one and flip it open, and this one looks like a man cave. It's got some empty bottles of booze and a couple of little manuscripts and a little cot and some little bits of illicit paintings.
Right. Is there a little rich boy in here?
There's nobody in here currently. There are a couple of books. Looks like one of the books is taken from the shelf of the at the altar. when you saw the books that were missing. This is very clearly a 500-year-old book.
Aha.
You kind of score through it. You find that one of the books is erotica.
Yeah.
One of the books is the book from one of the books that looks like it was a little bit more, had a little bit more integrity. So you could page through it without it falling apart, from the Nephilim room in the altar. And then one of the books is actually a journal.
I'm gonna give that the quick rifle through before I pass it off to Nathan.
Thank you.
Just
I'm going to give it the slow rifle through.
You notice ever so quickly that the initial entries seem to be about what girls in the town are most attractive.
Yeah.
But you notice when he found the cold place, specifically because the handwriting starts to change.
that's all I need
As
to
you
know.
flip through
Pass it to Nathan. that's
Yeah.
confirmation of every suspicion that Robin has. So his next step is to find stairs and go up.
So what more do I get out of this book?
It continues on with less interest in girls and more interest in the study of ritual magic. And it ends in a very potent ritual scribed on how to lower the will of an entire village of people. It requires a holy artifact gifted by a saint, several candles blessed by members of the Inquisition, and the blood of a freshly killed charismatic.
That's Julia.
It must be done on the day before the new moon.
Which would be tomorrow.
Yeah, I immediately
I've
pop
gone
up.
up and I'm hammering on whatever door is up there.
I immediately pop into Jessica and Maggie. He's assembled the ingredients for the ritual short of Julia's blood.
You
What
are going
ritual? Are you telling us
through
what
the house?
ritual?
No.
Or...
He's trying to. It's a ritual to control the whole village. It's very bad. He's gonna kill her.
Well, bloody
Jessica
hell.
plucks the book out of Nathaniel's hand and looks for herself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll gladly hand it over to her and follow Robin.
Maggie,
a lot
yeah, we'll
more
follow
sense of it.
Robin.
This ritual has several segments that has occurred over several days. It's done so that you have to do multiple things at multiple times, but that it appears as though the burnt candles that you had seen on the altar previous were the first stages of this ritual. It has already begun.
He does.
And is the blood the last stage?
Yes.
And how long does it say the last stage takes?
Well, I mean, they're done in 2-hour increments,
Okay. So
but they're done per day.
Okay.
So they don't. It's uncertain as to when they will
Right.
occur.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Is that pretty much what I can glean from it? Being.
Yes, it's a massive reagents.
Okay.
It requires 2 hours per day for 2 weeks.
Okay.
About the amount of time that the disturbances started. So, yeah, I'm getting upstairs and I am yelling for the sir of the house.
You get upstairs and immediately you throw open the door.
Yeah.
And you hear, upon the door opening and you screaming, you hear screaming. You hear a woman screaming.
Oh, I'm gonna shoot that boy. I'm running for it.
It's not Julia.
Oh.
It's actually, you haven't met her yet, but it's by the dress that you would assume this is Sir Alexander's wife.
Ah.
She is cradling a younger girl in her arms and the girl looks as though she has a large slash wound to her hamstring, or to the front of her thigh, and the mother has been cutting off pieces of fabric, attempting to bind the wound and doing a shoddy job. There's blood everywhere.
Oh.
I hollered back.
Like, help, please.
Jessica, we need a medic in here.
As I run in and see this, I totally inappropriately turn to the mother. Do you have any gifts?
Nate, not the time.
This is important.
No, she's bleeding to death. He's crazy.
Where is he?
He's looking for the blood of a charismatic.
He had a woman with him. We attempted to question him, to stop him. His father thought that he was attempting to...
Where did he go?
Which direction?
He stabbed his sister and fled out the front door, and his father went after him.
Okay,
Out the front
you
door.
go down the front door.
I yelled out the front door. I said, Mags, we need backup. Jessica, help the baby.
Yeah, I got nothing on medicine, so.
I don't either. Unless
You don't either?
Don't you have any more magic juice left?
It takes 4
Okay, actually, no,
hours
I'm not
to
going to
do.
follow him out the door. I'm not going to follow him out the door. I'm going to attend to the girl, apparently.
All right,
I
Mags,
do-
back me up.
Okay.
I do have medicine.
Oh, nice.
The
All right.
ritual takes
Reason and
4
medicine. Your
hours.
difficulty for this is
Is what?
6.
Oh,
shit.
well, I'm starting from a 7 and subtracting 2, so that's not good. I get a minus 1.
Oh, shit. I have no medicine. I'm useless in this.
Do you have any ether?
It's all spent, baby. But I got purpose! And Nathaniel's purpose is most certainly to show people that science can triumph the metaphysical. So
You're
using my
you're ready for this
knowledge,
shit.
but using my knowledge of physics and anatomy, I will burn a point of purpose to keep this girl alive. I will say that I have on me, they wouldn't have surgical glue in this time, would they? What would I have to close?
Steampunk. They have all sorts of crazy inventions.
Sweet.
I got steampunk glue.
Got steampunk.
I'm going to use a point of
says it on the
purpose.
bottle.
Surgical glue, baby, is going to stop the bleeding.
Okay.
Okay.
Or it's just super glue. It's just regular ass glue. Fuck it. I'm throwing ground up pulverized horse hooves into this wound to stop the bleeding. I'm stopping the bleeding. With a point of purpose. Somehow.
Good
I'm saying
Lord.
adhesive.
I'll let you stunt. Which is basically described in Cabinet of Curiosities. You're basically creating a circumstance where you're using a point of purpose that gives you an edge, but you have to make a skill test to monopolize on it.
All right, baby.
So make another medicine.
That's reason plus medicine?
Yeah. Difficulty is still a 6.
Okay, so I'm starting from 7 and
Better
only at a
than
minus
minus
1,
2.
so that's a match.
All right.
Degree of success of 0.
You are able to cobble together this glue from the reagents that you have on your person. It gives you a circumstantial bonus to your previous test, retconning, because that's what purpose does, and you are able to just keep her from bleeding out. She is unconscious, but she's not going to die. The mother is completely unaware of how close you came to botching this, and just thanks you profusely.
All
Of
right.
course, madam, it's simple anatomy.
I'm charging after this dude.
Yeah,
I'm
Jessica
hoping
would have
Maggie's
gone
with me.
up.
As soon as I turn away from her, I'm like,
Oh, I forgot to tell you, like, the most important thing about this ritual.
Oh, good. Jessica knows rituals. That's all I'm saying.
It must take place upon the scene of a mass murder.
For fuck's sakes. Go all the way back to that fucking place. All right, you got it.
I'm gonna
Should trust my gut, man.
yell that. The ritual has to take place on the scene of a mass murder.
Change directions, heading towards the cold place.
Ma'am, have there been any mass murders here?
If you have any laying around, check your cupboards. None in here. I haven't been to the shop in ages.
Look, I'm just asking the hard questions, okay?
You have to run past the stables so you can acquire horses.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna grab a horse for me and Mags, and I'm gonna see if there's one still there for Jessica. Is there enough for all three of us?
There are
Okay,
enough horses.
this was a
for-
four person family.
Look,
I was
I
matching
don't
up
know.
the girl though. I don't know. Have I made it out of there? Am I joined them?
I would say that while they sequester the horses for use, you can use that time to get there. And for the sake of keeping everyone together, we'll just fudge it and let's roll with
All
it.
right, all right.
Yeah.
All the horses are up, and we're
It's
riding.
that moment in the movie where you're like, wait a second, wasn't he just? Never mind.
Shh, whatever. It's climax.
We're gonna roll with it. All right. You go on. You ride as fast as you can, and you make it to the coal place.
What was this kid's name again? Because I wrote it down, but then I forgot it.
It don't matter. He gonna be dead.
Clayton Doherty.
Clayton. Yeah, Clayton.
Well, point
Clay.
to fact, you're pretty certain that Clayton isn't doing these things.
Yeah, no, we're pretty sure that Clayton is being piloted.
They all gonna be dead.
And frankly,
we'll get
killing Clayton doesn't accomplish anything.
It makes me feel better.
This guy. All right, we riding.
Yeah, we're riding out.
You ride out. You make it to the place. Are you descending into the
Yeah.
coal place from?
I'm gonna do whatever acrobatics is required for me to drop into their gun out.
Okay. Athletics and grace.
Okay, I have 2 grace and I have no athletics. So how difficult is this?
You get a rope, so like a 2.
Okay, all right. I've got a 0, so that's a grace of 2 plus nothing.
So that's called a marginal success,
Okay,
which means when you fall you're flat on your chest, but your gun is pointed in the right direction.
okay. So I'm on the ground, be like, "Give it up, Clay."
Is everyone else descending?
Yep.
It's like sea of silence. Just be like, well, he's dead.
Jessica is like off the horse and down that hole in a flash.
The moment you hit the ground, you see Clayton in the room reaching out and grabbing a bound Sister Julia, holding her in front of him. He grabs a knife off the altar and puts it right to her throat.
All right.
This is now
Okay.
initiative, social or physical, you can choose.
Oh boy.
There it is.
All right.
Okay, no negatives. I'm gonna ditch, or I mean, I'm gonna one negative. I'm gonna ditch it. -2,
Ditching a -5.
I'm also ditching a -5.
and I'm otherwise totally binary.
I'm keeping a 3, a -2, and a 0.
I've very true to character. I've got beep bop bloop.
Is that because you're hesitating?
-1.
All 1s and 0s. No, it's because I'm a robot.
Wow.
All right. What's your 4? Sarah?
Oh, can't see it. 94.
You have the highest number on the table.
Oh, good. Okay, so he, at this point, has her bound and the knife to her throat, right?
Yeah.
You're basically determining whether this is a social or physical combat, depending on what you do here.
I have my parasol out, but I'm gonna whoop. Hold on. What? If you hurt her, all your leverage is gone, and we just kill you immediately.
Spend your 4. He's gonna react. We'll draw kill test afterwards.
I'm gonna mix my appeal for reason with a death threat.
What am I doing?
You just made a negotiation/command, depending on how you want to play it, and he's going to respond to you by reacting. Point of fact, you already know you can't kill me. And what am I doing? I'm doing justice. Do you know what happens to Nephilim when they die?
Does Jessica know what happens to Neville when they die?
What's your mysteries?
They turn into demons.
4?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
We were farmers. We were killed wholesale for the sake of knowledge. Do you think that that was just? This is justice. If my people do not inhabit bodies, they will become hungry ghosts and restlessly wander the earth to plague the living. This is justice. This is salvation, and I won't have you taking it from me. He's making a parlay roll against you. You may choose your disposition to realizing that the Nephilim actually is attempting to do some sort of good for a family that was ruthlessly slaughtered unjustly by murdering people. You can decide what your disposition toward that is.
So, and this is, I get to decide my disposition before he made his little speech or after he made his little speech?
Before, because his speech is going to alter it.
Hostile AF.
He is guarded toward being convinced not to do this. You acted first, so you may make your test first.
Right.
I'm going to interrupt.
About how social combat works.
I'm going to interrupt. And I'm going to ask.
You don't have to interrupt. Let me. Social combat is done by side, so everyone that wants to participate in this may discard 1 card and aid Sarah, so that it's the best test. You may interrupt if you want to do something else. I just wanted to make sure you knew what you were.
Well,
For instance, interrupt to shoot him.
No, I want to interrupt to discuss. I only want to talk.
I feel like I'm being targeted specifically.
You may participate in this merely by assisting Jessica.
Okay, yes, I'm doing that. When precisely did these murders occur?
Hundreds of years ago. We've been trapped in soul sleep.
So, surely you understand that it's not these humans here now who did this, but their predecessor.
It is regrettable.
And surely you do not enjoy when people hold you responsible for where you come from.
Well, before he responds, go ahead.
Okay, so what skills?
Robin and Elizabeth, are you participating in this?
I want to threaten him.
Okay.
Is that participating in it, or is that something else?
You said that he's guarded right now?
He's guarded.
Can I use Beguile to make him indifferent?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I do that.
Discard a card.
Does it always have to be like the highest I have to discard? Can I discard this
you can
negative
get rid
three?
of the 3.
Yay!
She's like, can I make it go away?
Please. Where'd that one go? Okay, yeah. So tell him to chill.
Your difficulty for this is a 5. Oh no, it's just against will. Your difficulty for this is a 4. Guile and presence. So your guile and presence, difficulty 4.
My Guile, where are you, Guile? Come on, Guile, where are you? Why can't I find you, Guile?
It's alphabetical order.
Where is
Guile,
the
okay.
Guile gone?
Guile is 4, and you said presence?
Top right, yeah.
I maxed that one out. It's 5.
9.
That's a 9.
Difficulty 4, so you're at a 5 before you even draw. There's a very little chance you can fail.
So don't draw.
Don't
like a
draw the
-6
doom.
or something.
Oh, okay, I'm scared. Okay, it's just a -1.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
All right, put it up to the camera. Show the crowd.
Oh, we saw it.
It's just
Okay.
That's
this.
a DOS
Okay,
of
there we go.
4, boy.
You're acting outside of the combat to do something individual. So I have to resolve everyone else's actions first based on initiative order.
Okay.
So
Fine.
just give me a second. Robin, how are you being intimidating?
I'm saying to him, I don't know. I had you figured out the moment I got to town. That little chat we had in the tavern. You remember that, didn't it? I remember how you growled at me out on the road. You knew I had you pegged. What do you think I did with my time? You really want to have the entire might of the crown and the church coming down in here? Have a bunch of guys like Nate poking at you in the afterlife? You got no way out. You give up now, and I'll set up something nice for you.
Were you not listening? There is nothing nice. The fate of my entire family is to die and become demons.
You're already dead and a demon. So why you want to inflict that on everybody else?
Make your test. You're using
Okay.
command.
Okay, I'm using command and presence.
Yes.
I have a command of.
I think you are you parlaying?
I'm giving a command that this dude should give up because this is bad.
Command. Your difficulty is a 6.
All right, that is 9.
You got a 3.
I got a 3, and I've got 3 presence and 3 command.
All right. Can anyone else beat a 3? You get the best DOS of the party.
Okay. So what am I using?
Are we also making command pulls?
You can make whatever you roll.
Okay, so I think I was making a plea with reason and.
Yeah, you're using presence, buddy. You can't use reason for a social attack.
Oh, okay. All right. So presence. And I guess it would have been intuition because I was trying to be like, I was trying to tap into a lack of hypocrisy. Then tell me. Then why you tell me I can use what I? You say you can use whatever you want.
There's 4.
Tell me.
You can use parlay, command, guile, or temptation, and in some cases you can use refinement. So if you're attempting to negotiate, that's parlay. If you're attempting to threaten, that's command. If you're attempting to trick, that's guile.
I was attempting to appeal to reason, so
That's negotiation. That's parlay.
Parlay?
Yeah.
I ain't got shit in parlay.
That's
Yeah.
consistent. That's with your social skills.
So I got a -3. So
Well,
nothing I said
other
matters.
people are making up for you.
I was lying through my teeth.
Oh, then that's guile.
Yeah, that because either way, we're gonna kill it. So that whole like, oh, if you don't, whatever, yeah. So that's presence and guile. So that's 5, and then I got this, so I got 6.
So that's a DOS of 0. But you're riding on Robin's DOS of 3 is kind of a combined effort.
Okay.
So you succeed with a DOS of 3.
Okay.
He moves from guarded. Hey, Elizabeth, spin a point of purpose to retcon so that you did that initially before combat began.
That's cool.
Yes, I do that.
That is the thing that happened.
That makes you move him to indifferent, and then they move him to agreeable on the first round of combat.
Oh, yay.
Hey.
Look at that.
How about
So now he goes.
Great.
You can react, but he's going to do his monologue.
Okay, well, you can monologue of hell. I'm pretty
Oh, I'm
hostile.
gonna listen to the monologue. I'm into it.
Don't you know that's when you're supposed to make the move? Is when the bad guys do their monologuing.
This is when I get information.
From his initial reaction, from his like plea about his family being farmers and being slaughtered by the Inquisition, he achieves a DOS. Five. If your social defense is 5 or less,
My social defense is. Or wait, is this going to be will and composure? Yes.
will and composure, I'd let you use will and parlay.
Do I get to use refinement on this one?
I don't think so, dude. There's not.
Then
This
no,
isn't really
I
an
fail.
argument about etiquette.
Yeah, my will and composure is a 6, so he's gonna have
You're
to try
fine.
harder than that.
You are not affected by this guy's argument.
He's gonna have to try harder than
My
that.
will and command is 5.
That is not enough to beat you.
Okay.
Actually, no, it is even. It does succeed. You
Okay.
are shifted. You feel some degree of compassion for him.
Yeah, that's consistent. It's not that I don't feel bad about him. It's just that if he kills this girl, I'm gonna annihilate him.
Mine is 4. I was already compassionate towards him, though. So
What did you choose your disposition toward him to be?
initially, it would have been indifferent.
So now it is agreeable.
Yeah.
You're like,
No, I get it, but like
that was his reaction. Now he's gonna do his action, and he's like, these are terrible people. Clayton, the reason he was so easy to take is because he lusted after everyone in this town. He wanted to do immoral things with nuns. What makes these people so pure and good that they continue to live rather than my pious family that lived in dedication to the clockmaker, ruthlessly murdered for no other reason than mystical knowledge? What makes these people more worthy?
Interrupted.
There it is. Robin's like, I ain't gonna listen to this no more.
He's gonna interrupt him. He says, "You know damn well if you serve the clockmaker, your violence, your blood, your hatred just begets more violence, blood, and hatred. No one's going to excuse what happened to your people. I never seen such a horrible thing in my entire life."
Robin,
Yeah.
please, can I just react to all what's going on here?
You don't have to interrupt. You can just react.
Please, I as I pointed out, yes, it's Mr. Nephilim. Your reasoning is a bit off. Like these people are not the ones that perpetrated what happened to your family, that was clearly the actions of the Inquisition, and these people do not, as far as I can tell, follow the Inquisition. Now, if I am wrong, perhaps a latent punishment would be... No, you don't like that you were punished for the blood you descend from, correct?
I wasn't punished. I was murdered.
Correct. You were targeted. You were brutally attacked, unfairly, savagely. I don't disagree with that, and I completely understand your feeling towards revenge, but unfortunately, that which attacked you was ephemeral, mortal, and is gone. Now, you can't have your revenge against them. I'm sorry. It's impossible.
It was the church. And he's grabbing onto the crying nun.
Oh.
All right. Can I react, interrupt? What do I need
You
to
can react in this whole concept, yes.
Okay.
Both of you can if you choose.
Can I use the...
Yeah, Robin took the initiative, so...
Yeah.
You didn't have to do that. You could just react to him.
Oh. Well, all right. So
Although it was dramatic.
I am going to, since he's like putting more of a threat on Julia's life, I'm going to use my phantasm, spin point of ether, to make him feel a hand on his shoulder from behind him. And then I have a plan if he feels it and like turns to look. But
well, you can do that, but
go ahead.
you can't interrupt to take advantage of it because you only have one card left, and you'd be crapshooting about whether his next initiative card is higher than yours. He would turn. It would be successful.
If he turns and I get a higher initiative card, I can shoot him. But then the next question is, can you put him back in one of those jars?
You don't have any initiative cards, do you?
Yeah, no, neither. We're both out.
Robin, I'm going to let you keep your lowest initiative card just because you didn't have to do that.
That was like a -2.
Yay. Yay.
If you can put him back in one of these jars, I'm all for it. If you can't, then I don't know if that's going to be...
That's not... Where's he at in the room?
He's behind the altar.
May I ask a question of the Nephilim? Or are you finishing an action?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay, you're doing it? Okay, great.
For your,
okay, I'll wait for you to do what you're doing.
I already said I was going to do it, so I'm going to do it.
Okay.
Great. You need to make will and guile, or I'm sorry, presence and guile. Mm. Your difficulty is a 4.
All right. So presence and guile are a 5. So,
Does Phantasm require a test?
Come on, top. It's presence and guile. Come on, top card. Give me. I'm just gonna
Heart of the cards, guide me.
Yeah, like do the thing. Do the thing. Okay. I didn't look at it.
It's very good.
Look at that, boy.
That's ooh.
All right. You may both make him feel a hand on his shoulder, but you can also place a condition on him.
Ooh.
So please, you do not have any potency to your attack.
Okay. So
I'll give it to you as a melee attack. I'll give you a potency of 2. That's kind of a GM call.
So draw 2 cards and okay.
Yeah, you can draw 2 cards and choose one.
All right.
All right. So I drew unbalanced and overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed, maybe?
Well, unbalanced, he can't take a maneuver without turning an initiative card.
Okay. Well,
So he has to turn a card to do whatever he does. And overwhelmed, he loses points. He either loses a point of guard or shift his disposition one step.
Well, if you could do it in such a way as to shift his disposition one step, he would become favorable to letting her go.
Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do.
all right, let's do that.
Just have to describe to me how tapping him on the shoulder accomplishes that.
Let's hear this.
Well, this wasn't my original plan, so I want it to feel like a familiar hand on the shoulder. Like a hand on the shoulder of when when a parent or somebody puts their hand on your shoulder and says it's okay to let go.
It's like no,
that.
this is not the way. Like
Yeah, like that.
like it's-
All right. That moves him toward favorable. He gets his reaction attack from the things that he said.
Yep.
It's another 5.
Yep. Nope.
okay.
Gotta do better
So
than
it
that.
affects.
I already liked him, so
Nathaniel's like, kill them, kill
I bet
them,
he
kill
has
them.
so much to teach me.
Love this guy. This guy's great. We should be on his team.
I'm very
Lacks
glad
a
that he's
little
not
bit
yet
of
dead.
compassion, thinks about things analytically, and analytically, his argument is a little.
No,
Which
I mean it makes.
element out of it.
He's only missing that kind of last rationality that requires a lack of emotion. I can understand why he'd be emotional right now. It's totally understandable.
All right.
I'm indifferent to him now.
What is
I'm
the number on your 1, Sarah?
66.
You may go.
I've got the exact same one. Do it up. Do it up, buddy.
You got to seal the deal. He is at favorable. If you can successfully overcome his defense of 6, you would move him toward being compelled to agree with you.
Okay.
I don't think you want to allow me to talk, so you really need to.
I'm going to. I'm gonna.
You need to bring it home, Jesse.
Really?
I'm gonna like bring my hands up and slowly step towards him. And
Put the jar in his head.
that doesn't work like that. And I'm gonna say, look, I know that your people were. I know that you have reasons to be angry. I'm not saying you don't have reasons to be angry. But this girl standing right here did nothing to you. The people in this town themselves did nothing to you. This guy, Clayton, you can have him. Fuck him. I don't care. He was a piece of shit from what I saw in that journal. I literally do not care what you keep him.
Seconded.
See, it's not, but her, and I'm trying to step forward and get him to let her go.
Okay. Is anyone assisting with this?
I'm definitely gonna assist. I'm just look.
Totally assist.
Yeah.
Your affiliations did not make you a thing that should have been feared. Please don't lower yourselves to their level.
Be better.
I could smell the sin on this boy as soon as I come in. Be better than him.
Make your tests. Difficulties to 6.
Okay. Well, that's not good. Damn it.
Whoa.
Who's got some ether?
Oh, look. I can't read it.
I have a 0.
Am I supposed to add it with something
Not
else
a
or no?
convincing, charismatic individual.
Do I
I
add
have
it
a
with something?
0.
What is your presence in parlay or whatever?
My presence is 5.
my presence in parlay is a
one.
2, so I'm not.
If she has a presence
So
of parlay
6.
total of 6,
Parlay, guile, or
Plus
command. You have
1,
guile,
so
Maggie.
7.
Maggie, what's your?
Okay, so it's Maggie.
she got it.
Yeah, I have a
Doss.
6 with command and presence.
Yeah, maxing something out does work out in the end.
I like how she said the least. She was just,
Yeah, right.
but her words were so poignant.
She's got that far. She's just got that hard fey presence.
Yeah,
Like,
you're right.
look, I made great arguments, but he was still just like, "Ew, you're weird."
Just punched upon what you said. It's supposed to symbolize combined effort,
Yeah.
but the body of Clayton drops the dagger, and he kind of lets go of Sister Julia, and Sister Julia kind of like maneuvers her way. She's bound.
Yeah, I would rush forward and
Yeah.
'cause that's what I would rush forward and like grab her or get her to safety and then
I'll follow
And
to make sure she's not
he-
wounded.
Just puts his hands on the altar and looks like dead inside at Elizabeth. That kind of, well, the two of you. What's gonna happen to me?
What is standard procedure for dealing with demonic entities in the Witchfinders?
Well, demonic entities usually don't get found until they've had enough time to go crazy, which doesn't take long.
Yeah.
And you bind them into bronze jars and or some other binding device and leave them there for all of eternity. Or
Oh,
you
good.
expel them into the outer darkness where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth.
There's nothing else.
So do we have an option C?
Terribly unfair thing, but there is no place in the clockwork for the souls of Nephilim. They were not meant to exist.
Robin, okay, so Robin knows this. He's going to go up to him and he's going to say, if we leave you in the body, you're going to go mad. And you're going to do something like this again or worse. We can dispel you, or we can bind you again. I'm ready to leave you in this body, but you gotta know, when the day comes, we're coming for you, you're not gonna get a choice. So I'm giving you the choice now.
Cast me out.
If I may,
can't go in the jar.
if I may make a suggestion, Master and Mistress Witchfinders, do you know how much direct opportunity has been had by your order to study one of these individuals before they?
Not now, Nate.
Well, I'm just saying perhaps he might enjoy a bit.
Nate,
Perhaps he might enjoy a bit of humanity before he is dispelled. It could be mutually beneficial.
what do you have in mind?
It would be much easier for you to know when he's become a threat if he were close.
Do you think he should come with us?
If willing, and for a short amount of time until he becomes uncomfortable or seems agitated, it couldn't hurt.
If I may, comes a voice from the back of the room. A man in dapper clothing, very cleanly shaven. Just
Then
kind of-
there's this asshole.
We didn't need you, Dad.
Did you
Jessica
say that out loud?
says,
No,
Jessica
that's
says,
so out of character.
you must be Roan.
Forgive me for my interruption. I just mean to say that you seem to be struggling over something very black and white that appears to be very gray, and I'd like to offer you an out. There is a place that demons can live that is neither the outer darkness nor this realm. It is beyond the clockwork. Why don't you let me take them to Fairy?
I closed the portal.
You can open another portal.
Is that a favor or a request?
I am merely stating that you do something for me, I do something for you. It seems to me that it's a win-win scenario. I am bound out of my home. You know what happens to Fae when they leave Fairy for too long. But it seems to me that you have a great many people that do not deserve whatever fate that you've decided for them. I am merely suggesting that it's a little quid pro quo. Quid pro quo.
You're asking a
What do you
witchfinder.
want?
I want to go home.
Okay, but who in the hell are you?
Oh, she didn't tell you.
He's
Who?
Maggie's dad.
What?
What?
Yeah, what?
Sorry, Mags.
Sorry.
I didn't know you didn't piece it together. Or at least that's
Hold
what he
on.
says he is.
So all that time in the tavern when I was talking about this new person,
I'm gonna
in
walk
town,
towards this man.
You knew who he was?
I had a hunch.
You're asking a witchfinder to break the clockwork on purpose.
To make an omelet, as they say? You don't have to help me, and I don't have to help you. I'm merely giving you options.
May I shake your hand?
Nate, for the love of God.
I don't know that I've ever shaken the hand of a old fey creature.
I generally don't like to touch mortals, you'll pardon me.
I generally don't like to touch anything. May I shake your hand?
I'll tell you what, I will let you make any sort of social combat test.
Oh, God.
If you can beat a difficulty 5, he will do whatever you ask.
Oh, shit.
I guess so. That would that be? Does will count for social combat? No, it's gotta be presence.
Gotta be
Okay, Rain
presence.
Man.
Presence and refinement. Presence and refinement.
Presence
I will let you use refinement for
That's
this.
'cause it's a-
Okay,
you know,
so I'm starting with a base of 4. And that's a 1, so I'm matching difficulty 5, but not beating it.
He's not opposing you, so it's a marginal success.
He doesn't bite.
He just sighs and shakes your hand with.
And as he does, I open up the medium power.
Well,
I want to know
Oh, shit.
everything I possibly can. I don't know if I'm ever going to have this opportunity again in my life.
I mean, the medium power lets you know that he's Fey and that
It's
he's
really all it
present.
does.
It lets you. He's manifest, so a lot of what the medium power would tell you is already evident, but you know that he is a wildling, and he is kind of playing around with becoming a Fey folk, which would permanently cause him to stay in this form forever. And so you're gathering that he's seeing it out and he wants it.
Is that a medium thing, or is that just something I'm picking up? Because lack of reaction is still a reaction. I'm only touching him for science.
The medium thing is, you know, the rest of
That's
it
your
you did
quote
do-
for the episode, Pen, right there.
I'm only touching it for science.
Yes. You're welcome.
He is shaking Nathaniel's hand, and he's not even paying attention to him. He's looking at the rest of you.
I am noticing every detail I can about him.
Jessica is looking. Once Julia is like untied, Jessica is looking at the body of Clayton.
Once I'm done,
Clayton is standing there, looking almost hopeful, looking back and forth between you and the Fae.
I'm going to ask the thing inhabiting Clayton. You think he's telling the truth?
I don't know. But it's not the outer darkness.
You want to try?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Spooky. We have an agreement. But all of them. Every single one.
As you wish.
Did he make the portal to get here? Or was just
No, we did.
It was the Pontus.
we did.
We did.
And
Through
then I
our...
closed it.
Oh, so I may never meet Dad again.
'Cause I didn't know that there
fine,
was
he's kind of
someone
a
that needed
dick.
to go back through it because somebody.
Well, now he
keeps
knows
a
where
lot
you
of
are.
secrets.
So are we just going to be opening up these jars and he's going to be taking them with him? Because if so, I'd like to prepare some measurements instruments.
I imagine he can take the jars through the portal and open them on the other side.
We're not going to open any of them yet. Because I'd like to get the portal open first before we start releasing ghosts of Nephilim all over the place.
No, I'm just asking what the ultimate plan is because I would like to put into place some measurement tools.
We're going to open the hole before we start opening up things to dump into it.
So
That's
this
the
time,
plan.
fantastic. I'm gonna be setting up basically like as much as I can cobble together weather measurement tools inside this building before we open all these jars.
Imagine as he's just pulled out a kit and stuff's flying all over the place at this point.
Well, first problem at hand. Does anybody know how to open
I assumed this was
that
you.
portal?
Yeah,
I'm
you
at-
can just rework the ritual that caused that sealed the breach. You're basically
can I?
just doing it in the opposite direction.
Oh.
All right,
okay.
let's do it then.
You're basically destabilizing the clockwork. This will give you a point of corruption.
Because it's an impure ritual.
Well, you are willfully doing damage to the clockwork intentionally. It will give you a point of corruption.
This place is already a Pontus event. Would it be easier to just open one up here?
Yes.
But
Most
it's
definitely.
but it's still going to be a point of corruption either way.
It's still a point of corruption.
Yeah.
Good.
As I'm sort of setting up my things, I will at some point lean into Robin. Like you realize how dangerous this is, yes. I mean, I do, but it's incredibly interesting, and I have no idea if I'll ever be able to see something like this again. So I need to take all the measurements I can, but it just seems reckless for your affiliation.
It's all pretty fucked up.
How does so how would I word it to them that it's going to give me corruption? Like in the scope of...
This will taint your soul.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm going to tell them that more than it already is.
Is there any way to make it me? Instead.
Look, the
Good confession.
whole
Spend some time in a pure forest land. You can get rid of corruption. Not your...
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the
it
whole
does hurt.
influence of the Pontus is nebulous. The only thing I've been able to figure out is that it follows disorder, especially those who willfully create it. So I think that this is incredibly unwise, but very important research.
There's a cost to everything that you do, good or bad.
Yeah.
Give me a reason in mysteries. Your difficulty for this is a 4.
Me?
This is Jessica I'm talking to.
So my reason's 2 and my mysteries is 4, so that's 6.
You're at a 2. Okay.
Minus 4. So, nope.
Okay.
going to ask everyone to give me the room with Clayton for a moment.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's fair. I'm okay with that.
Go talk to my dad.
And
He
once,
walks out with you.
oh, we're leaving. Okay, that's fine. Either way, it doesn't matter. Once we're out of your shot, whether it be everyone else leaving and us staying, or us leaving the room and whatever.
Yeah.
Jessica's gonna take that sheet back out and put the clean side up, and sit down on it,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of like motion for Clayton Nephilim to do the same.
He sits down.
What's your name?
Ardle.
And so Clayton found this place. Did he release you?
No. I've been wandering for 2 or 3 years. The Inquisition no longer held sway in England, and so when the spells wore off, there was no one to redo them. They'll all be free soon.
So if we do this, whether it be the Fae, or if we don't do this now or expel all of you now, then soon enough, every bronze jar in that room is going to be opened.
Yes.
And you've been trapped for how long?
5 centuries.
What was it like?
It was nothing. It was oblivion. And hell. We're separated from the presence of everything. There was no God, there was no each other. It was just loneliness and sleep.
If anyone knows loneliness, it's me. I came here looking to find something, someone.
Who?
Following someone. An old friend and a new friend. And I left a lot behind, but I also gained a lot. I need to know also what it's like in the outer darkness for Nephilim that get expelled.
I've never been to the outer darkness, I can't tell you. But it is outside the clockwork. It is the place where... It is the place the Grigori that defied God were punished. It is the place the things so strong that they cannot live here go. It is a place of torment and torture, but it is better than oblivion.
I'm so torn because while all of your family in there haven't done anything, you've killed people in this town. And I don't know what makes what you've done worth another stain on my soul.
Then expel me and save them.
Even if I save them, it's still a stain on my soul.
Well,
And I've already lived years of my life knowing that I could have done something more for the people in my past.
this brown jar, this is Tegan. He was 14 years old. This brown jar, this was Allison. She lived 134 years. She had 4 children. She was a weaver. He goes through and just starts naming people.
She
You don't
reaches out when as he's like going through, when he says the second one with Allison, she reaches out and puts her hand on the top of that jar.
I've done terrible things. And maybe I've been tainted. Maybe there is no saving me. Maybe I am already too far gone to be redeemed. But they haven't been. They're still asleep. They're still in their oblivion. They can be saved. If you need to judge me, you can judge me, but don't judge them. They don't deserve this.
I agree with you. They don't. It's not their fate that I question. It's yours. Probably a little bit my fate. I've already seen inside the Pontus.
And it changed you.
Something is broken inside me that will never be repaired.
Well,
But
and that we're the same.
I will do it, but you have to know I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it
That is enough.
for them. Probably I'm doing it for me. Because if I'd have known all those years ago the things that I know about myself now, the people I could have saved, but I didn't. So I couldn't. And I can spend time clearing this taint on my soul. And it's something that I can do without guilt, because while I'm breaking the clockwork, I'm also helping innocent people. And she's going to stand up and wait for him to stand up.
He does so. Almost a little.
And she's going to reach her hand out for like a handshake and see if he like goes to shake her hand.
He will.
And she's gonna put, cause like put the other hand over top. And she's going to say, no one can know, but my real name is Alice, and I'm going to help you.
He looks a
And
little
then,
confused. He's not going to argue with you.
And she's going to say, I'll make the preparations. And then she climbs out.
The body of Clayton ushers you back into the room.
All right, let's do it. Before
Yeah.
we start, I go over to Jessica. Robin goes over to Jessica and just, whatever it takes, whatever you need to clear it. After this is done, you got it. All right?
As I slowly begin to realize,
Jessica's crying, so
I'm realizing now that they're gonna send him into the Fae, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little uncomfortable with this. I'm going to walk over to the body of Clayton. While they're preparing, I have so many questions. What is it? You said it was nothingness in the jar. What is that like? Is it like being asleep and waking up suddenly? What is the experience of the void? What do you remember going back? Do you remember anything before mortality on Earth?
I was born. I'm a person.
I know. But how far back can you remember?
I was born in 1186. I remember a lot.
Do you have any sort of memories that aren't your memories?
No.
Okay. And I'm flipped to a page in my notebook and write a big X over that hypothesis.
Do you mean the knowledge of the flesh? That's not really something that my family practiced. It was very frowned upon.
But you're aware of the practice.
I'm aware of it.
And it is, in fact, a practice that is fruitful.
So they say. The different
Do you know-
lineages of Nephilim have different practices and cultures.
Is there any way to distinguish the Nephilim who do practice the knowledge of the flesh, as you called it?
From those who don't?
Yes. If I were to come across one, is there anything that would let me know? So yes.
Nephilim who live balanced lives look just like people. You can pretty easily tell a Nephilim who goes around eating people because they stop looking human.
So it is definitively a breaking of the clockwork. I have very little firsthand experience. There's not a lot of documentation around these things.
Knowledge of the flesh? I don't know if I'd call it breaking the clockwork. It definitely isn't polite.
I mean, as I understand it, your mere existence is cause for Pontus events, but
I think the term is anathema. You don't have to be what you're born to be. You can choose.
Perhaps you don't, but some of us, despite our greatest efforts, are what we are. I'll go back to taking notes. And then I start looking around the room uncomfortably, distracting myself.
Is the ritual prepared?
I've been preparing it
Yeah.
the whole time, so.
It will also take 4 hours, and it is also a DOS 6, or a difficulty 6.
Yeah.
If we have all those build up and then she doesn't do it, it's gonna be like it's
Does additional assistance lower the difficulty? I have 1 point of mystic.
It would if you have the assets to be able to create the magic spell.
Probably don't.
If you're going to alter it from its source material, you have to be able to compose rights. Otherwise, you got to stick with what.
All right. I'm starting with an 8 because will and presence.
Give us that
Great.
gusto.
Not my jam.
You're at a 2 before you draw.
Do not draw negative.
It's a
Hey,
one.
there you go.
1.
That is enough.
So it's a DOS of 3.
All right.
It's a long thing.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, or Maggie, your father doesn't necessarily talk to you.
That's not.
But he's
That's
spends the
rude.
entire time kind of staring at you. You notice that he's been drawing you with charcoal.
I stay very close to Maggie this entire time.
He's drawing on like a paper.
And he keeps folding it.
Let me see.
You're going over to see him?
Yeah, I just stare at him back.
Oh, don't stop. Like, okay.
Oh, don't move.
It takes him. I mean, he's doing this for like the bulk of this 4-hour period, and as you're standing there at the end, he hands you this, like, it's almost like a paper puzzle box. It's almost difficult to figure out how to unfold it without tearing it, but every time you unfold it, it's the drawings of one piece end up, like the hair of one becomes the shoulder of the next, and they're all pictures of you as it unfolds. And they're different pictures of you throughout the 3 days that he's been here.
And Robin's just scowling at him over her shoulder the entire time. Just like, I don't like you.
Huh. You're talented. And I can keep these? Or is this just for you to remember when you go back? You plan to come back here?
Never forget you. You'll see me again. This is so you remember me.
Huh. Got a couple of hours and you don't want to chat? Well, you're still able to. Before you go.
Do we have time for tea?
I turned to my brother. I don't know, do we?
I don't know. Do we turn to Alan?
She's just chanting and praying, so
Okay,
it's
well.
like
At this point, I am taking copious notes on even the conversation.
It's just like,
The Fae likes tea.
This is a next level fascinating event.
this is some next level
for
shit.
pacing purposes, as it is stupid late.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you're right.
You complete the ritual, and the whole place just cracks. It grows significantly colder. The walls bleed, and
Great.
it almost like part of it is like you're looking through a door in the wall that goes into a forest.
wow.
And at this point,
Nathaniel's like, I thought you were going to warn us when he started. And he's running out of the building.
Rowan stands up and says, "Excellent," and starts popping lids off of the bronze containers.
okay.
And says, "I will keep you safe. You can come with me. He's very cheerful about it. It'll be a wonderful experience. It'll be good for everyone involved. You have my word.
Hand out. She's already got a family, mate. Maybe you ought to stop by every now and
He's
then.
talking to the Nephilim.
He's talking to the people in the
Oh,
jars.
he's talking to the Nephilim. I was going for my sister, and I'm going to stop him right away. Okay, never mind. Retract.
Once all the bronze jars are open, Clayton, Elidor leaves Clayton. Clayton just collapses to the ground.
Ah!
And the medium is aware of all the presences moving. The moment they walk through the door, they solidify in the borderlands. They become solid people.
Alice is, well, she's looking at
Open his
the
notes.
the main one that was in Clayton, whose name I cannot now remember. She's looking at him and just
Ethel?
tears.
He gives a hat tip. When you see his reconfigured self, he is distorted in a way that the others are not. It doesn't look completely human.
He's
He's
going
got
to
a
carry
little
it
bit
with.
of bluish tint to him, a little bit of adapted features. And he gives you a tilt and a smile as best he can. He looks a little sad, and he walks into the borderlands. Hundreds of them. And the last thing, Brone, Maggie's father,
What's up, Dad?
it has been a pleasure to reacquaint ourselves, he says to Maggie. And it was a pleasure meeting all of you. Do keep good care of my daughter until our paths cross again.
Oh,
You-
look.
Go ahead, brother, which I don't think I introduced you to properly. Dad.
Name's Robin. I'm a big brother, and I'll look after her just fine. Maybe you ought to think about dropping a letter next time instead of coming in unannounced. Appreciate your help.
Can you go, please? We need to get this closed again.
May the wind be ever at your back.
I'd love some documentation on your weather.
You also need to teach me that sleep spell.
Wrapping this up, I will tell you that the failure of your mysteries test, what you didn't discover that may dawn on you later, is that wildling Fey Lords control domains in the fairy. They're like kings of various places. And it's a weird symbiotic relationship in that what they believe makes the realm what it is, but they cannot be constant without people that believe in them. And so their power and their constancy depend completely upon how many people they have in their realm that believe in who they are. So that's why Faye abduct people. But you just gave him hundreds of people. So when he said it was a win-win, he meant it was a win-win.
So fast forward to a week later, and Nathaniel sits up in bed in a cold sweat in the middle of the night. He goes, I never measured the circle.
And Elizabeth, it takes you days to completely unfold all of the different pictures of you in this like puzzle grid. But when you finally get to the last picture, it's signed, "See you in London, Roan."
Oh, we got a date.
That going for you. All right.
Next time we meet, we will be doing debriefing.
Yeah.
With the Witchfinder courtiers back in London.
You're gonna on the way back. We're gonna talk to everybody and get our fucking story straight.
I was gonna say it's probably a good idea. Otherwise, Nathaniel's gonna be like, "Oh, sure, let me open my notebook. What do you want to know?"
It was great. I saw all these things. We broke the clockwork on purpose,
There were
which is
demons
fascinating.
and fake
then we
creatures. Jessica just broke shit straight up.
fucking redact Nathan's notes.
Also,
Just like,
Jessica,
nope.
it's very important to
Nope.
Jessica that she repairs the breach, so she'll if one of them will help her, so that's what she'll
Yeah.
spend the next 4 hours.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can help.
It is so much later than our games usually go. So thank you to the audience who joined us, especially those who kept rolling in as the night went on.
Yep.
Thank you to our game master Zeke, and we'll be back not in 2 weeks. We'll let you know when we're going to be
Yeah,
back.
we'll let you know when we're going to be back.
back.
Till
2
then,
weeks
watch
is
the
very bad
Sunday
timing.
show, watch
In
the
this
Monday
country.
show, and watch the Tuesday show. If you like Dungeons and Dragons and Deadlands, we got some of that for you on Sundays and Mondays. We get Dungeons and Dragons. Tuesdays we got Deadlands. So check that shit out.
All right.
Yep.
We're just gonna put, those of you who are with us regularly know all the things we have to say, and those who are not, give us that follow, because when we get to 1,000 followers, we're gonna have an awesome giveaway for you. But until next time, take us out, Mr. Narrator.
The world turns, the empire falls, the Pontus rises. This is
Just
the
not
clock.
right to win against so many in a fight, and the town began to fall. And Morton looked onward, he felt bad and he felt sad, teleported to the town, so glad to see him in the thrall. Morton perched on the tower above, the goblin hordes outside the walls. He did what sorcerers do best, he launched a number of fireballs. 1 fireball, 2 fireballs, 3, 4, 5, and 6 fireballs, 7, 8, 9, and 10 fireballs. He burned the goblin ranks. Now Morton's a hero, he is loved for the victory. He's the fireball chief of the whole city. They praise him and give thanks. Do 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 do. Brother McAllister, man of the cloth, pious and pompous and wise, walked the land with his mace in hand beneath the sun-filled skies. Though a cleric of glorious might, he was called the religious right by the wizard, the fighter, the ranger, and bard, who once thought his teachings were simply too hard. He forced his companions to pray